this 1 and this 5 and this 1 minute Bissy. Jesus. Lord, have mercy. That was aggressive. My computer just started backing up the files to the OneDrive. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. They took out so many targets on open. That's what you noticed? I'm chilling today. Where the accounts, huh? I'm pulling them up right now, man. Um, I was just having some technical difficulties this morning. So yeah. My apologies. You just waking up, bro? Nah, I'm not. Actually, look at this seek and destroy. No, that's not seek and destroy because you can still survive that. Um, I had some technical difficulties. What's up, Dev? I'm still trying to fix them right now. There's like a lot of them, actually, as a matter of fact. Like my desktop stopped saving my my desktop image. So I'm very like I'm very like superstitious. Like like I'm a creature of habits. Like I like things being like how they were. Like especially if things been going good. Like I just don't like to mess things up as like if they've been going good for me. So like my background changing is like something weird happening to me because I've had the same background now for the last few years, and I've been really profitable with that background as my background because that background was my background when I was struggling as a futures trader when I first started trading when like I couldn't figure it out. And it's a quote that and it's a quote that I live by. So that not being my background anymore is confusing me. You wouldn't think something wrong unless something's wrong. That is correct. A lot of times it's really in your mind, but the mind itself is, man, so huge. I think it's very important. I think it's very important. I'll leave it at this for right now. I'll leave it at this for right now. What we got? Making sure I'm good to go. Timestamp 10:03. Um, there was something I wanted to say to Kalia. What was I trying to say to Kalia? Um, where's Kalia at? I'll message her a little bit later. I blew that account, my default. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had a child asking for milk and ice cream. Oh wow, that's not good. Sorry about that. Yeah. One of the things I wanted to say to you was this clear is I agree with what you're doing as far as building a buffer on the first day. Maybe not $2,000, maybe anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 bucks. But if you build the buffer, then that means that whenever you're trying to take base hits, that once the buffer is established, then you need to trade your wins and losses as though that you're trying to, because it looks as though like you build a buffer and you're looking for 150 $200 days. Well, well, if you lose 200 bucks, that needs to be a losing day for you as well. Just so you know, it's like you don't build a buffer and then go 150 $200 days, and then like when you lose $2,000. Like your risk management needs to be the same across the board. You see what I'm saying? So like if you start going down 152, $300 on a trade, then you need to stop and you need to reevaluate. So that's what I wanted to say to you as far as that's concerned, but I was trying to figure out my computer this morning. So I see what you're doing and I agree with what you're and I actually agree with what you're doing. I do not disagree with what you're doing. You know, you're trying to get to the buffer as far as like, like for example, like if it's the safety net. So yeah, you're trying to get to the safety net. I get that and I respect that, and I understand that. But once you do that, then don't have $2,000 or $3,000 losing days. Like if you lose $300 or $400 on a 25K account, you're done. They want to dump this. They want to dump this, and then they want to take out this low. This is bearish. I don't know what the hell that was. Let me turn on my newswire. If I see it, I take it. Correct. You need to rinse and repeat. Or honestly speaking, the same exact way you was making $2,000, you need to trade the same exact way. But you need to take like 1/6 size. You can make $150 on 2 or 3 micros. How are you blowing your account on 2 or 3 micros? How are you doing that? I'm being dead serious. How is that possible? Because you can make $150 based off of on 10 contracts and like 20 ticks. How are you blowing your account on 2 or 3 micros? What is going on there? There's some kind of disconnect that I'm confused about. I use 1ANQ. That's too large a size. That's why you're blowing your account. That's way too far a size. That's way too large a size. On a 25K account, that is ridiculous. That size is absolutely astronomical on a 25K account where you can only lose $1,000. Do you understand?
10
Yeah, that's 10 micros. Do you understand that, like, if you longed it when this candle closed just now, and I'm going to guess right now, this 60-second candle right here was 333 ticks. Let's just round it up, 350 ticks. If you were on 10 micros, which is 1 mini, you would, like, the account's blown in 60 seconds right over here on this one candle. Like, you wouldn't even have enough time to react. Like, your account will be gone in 65 seconds because the candle went lower here. No, I'm sorry, a 50K account will be gone in 65 seconds. That's way too large. Like, you won't even be able to react. You need to be on 2 micros. You need trade how you want to establish the connection, but you need to be on like 1 to 2 micros. That's what you need to be doing. I'm not one. Like, your entry level size is be like 2 micros at the most. I'm being dead serious. That's why. Because you don't have enough time to react. Because once it goes against you, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm already down $600-$700. I might as well hold. Or you blink and it's gone. On the 25K account for sure. So you could blink and it's going on the 50K account for real on 10 micros if you're goofing around. They're gonna dump this and then they're getting ready to take out this low over here, which is exactly what they're trying to come to. They want to flash this low. They're not gonna stop. There's nothing to stop these people now. This is bearish. They want to come here. They did not come this far just to come this far. Be on alert. You need to be on alert. They're trying to come here to this zone here. Whatever that means to you, do not do anything to the contrary. They're trying to come here to this zone. I don't know what this is. I do know what that is. But I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know why they're trying to do this. I'm still trying to get my bearings together, as you can tell. My levels and stuff like that are already established, but I'm just trying to get my bearings and my feeling together. Why? Let me turn my newswire down. Why the hell is this shit so loud? They want to dump this. You need to go to a 15-minute time frame, and we need to look and see. Hold on. They're getting ready to take ES over here to this zone. Both will be accomplished, it appears. There's nothing to stop these people. You need to not do anything to the contrary, and you need to not be entering into a short position right now, this second at the low, on decent size, because they can give you a God body against you. The time to short it was like here on it was like here in this zone. Okay? Remember what I said. They have to go higher to go lower. So you need to understand that now. They have to go higher to go lower. You don't enter into a short position the moment that I establish, and then it's over at the bottom, and they boof on you when they come up into the zone, and it just like how they're doing right now. And then they do some shit like this, and then they slam it. And then you blow your account on this move. You don't do that. You wait for it to go up, and then you short it on green, and then you establish more breathing room. The more breathing room you can get on a trade, the better. That's how trading works. Just so you're aware. You need to see where they're going, and the model or whatever it is that you back tested, or whatever it is that you're using for your confluence, needs to be pointing to where they're going. And then once they give you some breathing room on some green or on some green, you short it. Once they give you some breathing room on some red, you long it. But I do use 2 MNQ for base hits. So how'd you blow the account on 2 MNQs? How? What happened? Because you said you blew the account on the base hit. You said that was your main account. What happened? I use 1 MNQ for evals. Okay, that's good. I get that. I would do the same thing. I would use 1 or 2 NQ minis for the eval process too. You need to be on alert. They're bouncing this market. They bounce this market like this for people that like they're short inside a hold that can't possibly fathom shorting it on green. And actually understanding where that the market has to go higher before it can go lower. They're trying to come over here to the zone. Do not long this. This move right over here was fake. I told you. They want to slam this and yeet this through this floor. Do not do anything to the contrary. I don't give a shit what trading strategy you got going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care. Like, that's not my job in order for me to tell you, whoever you are, what you're doing. I'm just trying to tell you where they're trying to go. And if your strategy gets in the way of them coming here or them coming here to the zone, you're going to get destroyed. Okay? They're goofing around right now. The only reason why they're not yeeting us through this floor is because we're bouncing from a huge 15-minute busy. This market is trying to eat into this. If this wasn't here,
1 hour.
You said what?
And ES is tapping a 1 hour.
And ES is tapping into a 1 hour busy. So it's facing some resistance right now, like Chris said. So you need to be on alert. That's what's going on right now. We need to be on alert, and we need to be making good decisions. You need to be sized accordingly. Do not be surprised if they yeet this through this floor and they come here. Okay? You need to be on alert, though. So if you're brand new and fresh and open up a position here, the moment that they start dumping this, if they sweep this here, you need to be out 75% of this trade. If you're short all the way up into the zone, you need to be taking partials right now on these dumps. Like, you need to be 75% of the 75, 80% of the way out. Why so? Because Chris just alerted you that they're tapping into a 15 and a 1 hour busy. That's why this market's trying to bounce like this. This market's battling itself. I'm explaining to you what it's doing. It's battling itself right now because it wants to come over here and flash dump this. But this bullish imbalance is keeping this entire market elevated right now. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think that they got business down here inside the zone. And then I think that when they flash this, then they're going to use the power of that 1 hour busy to then reverse this market. That's what I think in my brain.
ES has a beautiful liquidity target down at 733.625. I think that's the liquidity sweep it wants to go for. Blow through. It'll tap into
that number
4
again?
hour that I'm looking at.
So that number again? So that number again?
On ES, I've got it for 733.625. That's the sweep on ES. I think that's going to drag the rest lower. So I've got a target on MNQ for 28,459.50 on the top of a 4 hour. We will have to blow through a little bit of my 1 hour model, but I'm already in the money and I'm already got my stop loss in profit.
You said 7,363?
7,336.25.
My brain must be going slow. Just say the 4 numbers. I'm sorry. 7,363? Is that the same number we're looking at? 7,336. Where's that at? 7,336. They just flashed that low. What the hell was that sound?
That's from the 7th of May. There's some remaining LR.
I see it. I see it. 7,336. You talking about this low over here? I see exactly what you're talking about.
If you don't look at my damn comment in the chat, you
gotta look at it. I'm about to take a look right now. I don't got the chat pulled up. Let me see. That's a 90-point candle.
Exactly what I just said, bro.
Yeah, they're coming back for the one that got away. Where?
Yeah.
Thank you, Cole.
They just came all the way back to it, bro.
They did? Shit.
Yeah. That's what that alert was. That was your shit going on for QQQ.
That's what that alert was?
An 18 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Volume imbalance down there. And that's from the 12th, right? Are we going down to the 12th?
That was that 20? That was that 20?
No, going down to the 7th, guys. This is wild.
Going down to the 7th? Oh my God. Okay.
Yes,
they're gonna flashbang this.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right now we're tapping a 5 in a 1 hour on
Look
ES.
at that.
It's
Look at the
giving
market. Look at the market. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I told you this bounce was fake. Be on alert. Look at that. They want to yeet this for.
Now, to anybody who was here and watching my screen before E joined and before the market really like fully took a decision on where it wanted to go, I told you I was not taking a trade because we were bouncing between 2 15 minutes. Right. And look at what happened. We went to that top one, wicked into a 5 in that 15-minute, and we never fucking looked back. That move was so fake that I'm sure it cooked more than half the people that were trading thinking that it was going to blow through that long.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you've got 2 15 minutes within, I even say about 400 ticks of each other, especially in this market, because some of these candles are fucking like
huge,
like 250 for a 1 minute, and I'm like, what the hell? Whenever it's like that bad, I would say do not let it bounce, but let it ping pong between the 15s. Let it ping pong between the 1 hours. Let it tell you where it wants to go, because so many people probably thought that long and blowing through it was a good idea to take out those highs, and you would have been so mad because your TP would have been right above those highs, and you would have been like, oh, we were so close. No, you were 150 to 200 ticks away, because in this market today, this volume's fucking wild.
Exactly.
I'm on 3 micros. 3 micros. That's it. And I'm already up 1,500. That's how 15 minutes. Yeah, exactly. This is a wildly heavy market.
That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, guys, like, once you just understand market direction, guys, if you just own 2 to 3 micros, guys, you can make $250 to $300 like a day doing this in like just a few minutes. I'm being dead, guys. Like, once you understand market direction and market structure and where these people are going, man, on one of these bounces, bro, you can just take this short over here on 2 or 3 micros stress-free and then just target these draws on liquidity, dude, and then just be out in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm being dead serious. Just look at them yeet this shit through this floor. Look, they're getting ready to come here. They're not going to stop till ES is not going to stop until they come here. Guys, they're, excuse me, they're going one after the other. That's why you keep on hearing these alerts pop off. These people are not going to stop. Whatever strategy that this thing calls, now listen, look, you need to be on alert. You see that they're trying to bounce us, right? Be on alert now. Listen,
if they yeet this through the 1 hour right now on ES and MNQ, so and we've got a lot of little targets in these.
Look at that bleed
in
up.
These 1 hours. So if they're gonna bounce it, they could do it now.
The one that got away, give me my get back. That's yeah. Cole, yeah, Cole, good job, Cole. Ha, my boy Cole. God, they got his get back on that volume of balance. Good job, brother. Good job, brother, on the funding. Good job, my boy. Yeah. Man, they just swept this zone just now. You see that? They swept that and they bounced this. You need to be on alert. Now is not the time to open up a position. Expect God body bounce within any minute now. Be on alert. You've been warned. You've been warned for God body. They just swept 3 liquidity zones just now, and they completed so many objectives just now. Be on hyper alert now for God body bounce. I don't want to hear it. Well, bro, I was up $1,000, man, and then it turned into a $350 loss. I don't want to hear that. You need to be TPing out right now at the bottom. They just swept that shit. They bought the God body. Don't be surprised. Be on alert. But it depends on how you trading. So, you know, Chris knows what he's doing, so Chris likes to trail it. So I'm not going to tell Chris in order to take off 90, 95%. I'm going to tell most of you in order for you to take off 90, 95%. But Chris is trailing this. So, and then Chris is trying to get all the way down.
You know me so well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, Chris is trailing this. So if that God body bouncing, then he's probably still going to make $750.
Damn right.
Yeah. So do not be surprised now. I'm just warning you.
Honestly, I'm looking for the closure reaction of this 5 minute. I've been looking at 5 minute and 15-minute charts a lot more, and let me tell you, it is upping my game like there's no freaking other, bro.
Well, you got to realize I trade there in Asia, not New York. Oh, yeah, that is true. Yes, yeah, the volatility is going to be a little bit different.
Ready for that bounce?
Yeah. Do not be surprised though. They're trying to bounce this, but I think they might do one more yeet lower, and then they'll bounce it. Be on alert. That's what it appears. Because if they really, 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 really wanted to bounce it, they would have went on this candle here whenever they flashed it. You would have seen a ridiculous guide body. They're hanging us out over here at this low for a reason. Don't be surprised. Be on alert. See that? Be on alert. Order button on buy. Why? Because I'm not going to short the bottom. They want to yeet this, it appears. Yeah. So yeah, maybe 5 micros then during Asia session. No more than 5 on the fundeds. Maybe after the buffer has been established or something. Maybe after that first day. And then just base it between 3 to 5 still. That's what I would do. I still think, because if you choose the wrong direction during the Asia session, it's not going to come back, and you're going to be confused. Because
I can't do Asia. I don't have the patience for it.
Yeah, because they'll bleed it up like this nonstop until you blow your account. Like you'll slowly hold on. Did y'all just see that? They just filled the SPX gap. I apologize for not alerting everybody. They just filled this non-farm payroll SPX gap just now. That's what that dump was. Guys, they filled this from this pre-market trading plan that I sent out. This is bearish. I told you that they've been targeting this now for days. You need to be paying attention in regards to the things that we're sending out inside this chat. Because why would you not be doing that? I'm confused.
So I have 2. I mean, I already said it once, but I have 2 targets. I mean, by the time I'm done, like opening my mouth, it's going to be there. But there is a good 1 hour 15 small overlap around the 7,345 level on ES. But I truly think we're going to burst through that, hit that 7,336 on the ES, and if that happens, I will be going to full TP across 10 accounts for $3,000 a pop, and I will be calling it good. But that's if we keep on going down another. How many ticks is this shit?
You trailing that, ain't you? Locking it just in case for at least half of that or something, right? As they keep dumping this, because we just completed numerous objectives from this pre-market trading plan. Look at this, guys. Look.
Yeah, but I'm also mitigating my risk because I'm hiding my TP behind freshly presented 5 minutes. So I'm at 1100 in profit with my TP just above this first presented 5 minute that we just formed a moment ago. We might form another one in the next 2 minutes if this one keeps on dumping. But either way, I'm locking in the day at 1100, so I'm happy to let it ride.
Perfect.
My trade goes full TP.
Perfect. So locked in. So locked in an $11,000 day. Good job. Great job.
Yeah, that ES rejection though, that's not giving me much confidence.
Guys, I want to update everybody because I apologize. I had technical difficulties. So TikTok is actually getting ready to see what some of the things that comprise the pre-market trading plan. Guys, look at this. Look. Guys, look at this. So the trade plan for today went like this. I said nothing has changed as far as liquidity targets, as in between the one I sent yesterday. Remember what I said about 29,472 buy side, 28,742 sell side, and non-farm payroll SPX gap fill at 7,337, which is exactly what we just swept just now. They are not remotely serious until 29,420 buy side is popped. I said they are not remotely serious. This market is going to go lower. I am telling you this is going to go lower. You just need to read. You need to understand market structure. You need to get with somebody that does, and that's sending this directly to your inbox. That's what you need to be doing. Otherwise, we'll keep targeting lower draws and liquidity. Why are you confused? I'm not confused. Are you confused? Do you not believe? Belief, not believe. Do you not believe? We need to have clear targets in mind, have modest expectations in TP still. Why? Because we're living in a geopolitical war tension environment where Trump could randomly say something like he did yesterday in the market to shoot up 70.7, like literally like 1,200 ticks in 75 seconds. So you still need to be on alert and reduce market exposure as much as possible still. If your money is made, log off and go enjoy your day. We are trading a landmine field. Landmined. Landmine, I think that's correct, field. And the longer you stay in the field, the more likely you will step on one. It's inevitable unless you keep prolonging it by retracing your steps and walking the same pathway the next day and the next day through rinsing, repeating, and stopping. Okay, great. So if we scroll up to the previous day, look at this. Look. Market is in intraday sell side since Friday, since we popped 29,448 NQ sell side. It's important you understand market structure because we're now targeting 28,742 NQ sell side. Did we just sweep that? Yes, we just did. Yes, we just swept that just now. In the next few sessions, not in the next few weeks. I said in the next few sessions, as in as in Asia, London, as in literally like within like the next few sessions. I told you that. If anyone else was trying to tell you to short this shit until now, you need to block them. You need to get rid of them. I'm being dead serious. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. This is the case until this high over here was popped. They didn't pop it, so guess what they're getting ready to do? All right, so this is what I was talking about. I ultimately think the main destination is non-farm payroll SPX gap fill at 7337. I told you this. Today's the 19th. I told you this 2 days ago. The ultimate destination was just completed. I'm not telling you this in order for you to brag, in order to brag. I don't give a shit because we haven't done anything. I haven't taken any trades off this. So I don't get I don't get awards for that. But I'm telling you this right now because if you're thinking about opening a short position right now, you're about to get destroyed. So the same guy right now that told you where they were getting ready to come is getting ready to tell you right now what they're getting ready to do right now. So I'm telling you right now that they're gearing up to bounce this market to unforeseen proportions. And if you're sitting here holding 0 DTE puts, you're about to be. I gotta watch what I say for this TikTok. Just know it's not nice. Okay? What is that? Trump is talking. Trump is talking right now. You need to be on alert. First presented.
$2,000 or 2,000 point candles coming inbound.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be on alert because Trump is talking and they have this unforeseen insane volume imbalance over here on this SPX. I don't know what this means, but they're going to have to displace from this zone before I take any position contrary to this. But they're trying to bounce this market right now. You need to be on hyper alert. I'm unsure who to believe right now because I know that they're about to bounce this market. But then I also see that volume balance there. They're confusing me. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait and see what they're getting ready to do from the zone. The last thing you should do right now is short this. This is the absolute last thing you should do. The last thing you should do right now is short this. This is not the same thing that happened earlier. You need to be hyper alert. We just swept multiple zones of liquidity. Okay? I need to be watching this. I need to be on alert for that. Don't be surprised if they bounce this, though. Well, they've already bounced it. They've already started bouncing it. I told you, do not short this. That's the last thing you should do. If they dump this, it is only to come back to this, but I'm not going to take a short off that. I'm trading this market structure, and I'm trading based off what they're doing. You a good artist, man. First presented, where? Yes.
We're tapping into it on MNQ.
This was a good first, yeah. This was a decently first presented. We need to be on alert. I love stepping on landmines. You do? Holy shoot, they're getting ready to come back for this. They're getting ready to yeet this shit through this floor and they're getting ready to target this volume balance. This is not good. Do not loan this. It's best to wait right now for this shit to be resolved. And these people are upset. And I think they're getting ready to come over here and they're getting ready to yeet this shit through this floor. They left this over here in their wake. That's why I'm not longing this. They left this in their wake. They want to yeet this through this floor and they want to come here to this zone of the peers. What you should do right now is that you should do nothing. You want to see if this gets resolved. If the market's clearly trapped between trying to figure out what it's getting ready to do between bounce or come over here, look at the size of this volume imbalance here. But the problem as to why I'm not short is because it's over here at the bottom after a major liquidity sweep. So if I short this, I will get yeeted on. Like I will literally get boofed on. That's what happened to me the other day. So I'm going to learn my lesson and not short it, even though it's an insanely large volume balance. I want to wait for it to be resolved, and then I'll take the easy trade after that. There's always another trade. You do know that, right? So I can see what they're doing, but they're confusing people. They're confusing me because I can see that they're clearly trying to bounce it, but they left this in their wake. So this computer made a mistake and is trying to refill this volume. This is a 120-point volume balance on this damn SPX gap. So that's up to you for you to decide. And they just created another one over here on this damn QQQ. Look at this. This is strange now. Trump is talking as well. So I'm unsure what's going to happen. I'm literally looking at him talk right now. They shoved the microphone in his face in the middle of Air Force, like as soon as he got off of Air Force One. I'm looking at him talk right now. You know what happens when he talks. Be on alert. Last thing you should be doing is entering into a position right now if you don't know what I'm talking about. It's best to watch to see them resolve this. They're going to yam this through this floor and they're going to feel this. Now 100% they're going to dump this. This is a 100% trade I'm trying to tell you about to eat this through this floor. This is bearish. I would do nothing. They're going to feel this and this S pace is going to flash. Be on alert. They're clearly trying to target this. They feel this and they start curling this up, I'm going to long this. I'm looking for a reason to long right now, just so you're aware. Trump is talking. They can confuse you. Look at that God body bounce. Jesus Christ. They're trying to bounce this market. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to enter into a position right over here. I'm not going to do no shit like that. I'm not going to do no shit like this. Because I can clearly see they're trying to come into the zone. I'm not going to do no shit like that. Because they'll yeet this through this floor in one God body candle and then they'll bounce this.
Yep.
So they'll do some weird shit like do this, and then like they'll use Trump, and then because Trump is the ultimate Trump card, literally i.e. Trump card, and then they'll do one candle like this after they blow your account, and then they'll do this. The last thing you should be doing right now is shorting this. The most dangerous thing to do right now is short this. Honestly speaking, the safest thing to do right now is to actually long this on like 2 micros over here, and then if they dump this and then they fill it, then you add another 2 micros because you know they've completed this objective and now they got business upwards. So then you can catch the ride and the bounce up. That's the safer thing to do. The most dangerous thing to do right now is to press this short button and then hope that they come here with Trump talking. That's the most dangerous thing to do. I'm trying to tell you. Okay? Look at the size of this 15-minute SIBI that we just created. We're rejecting this 15-minute SIBI up here above head. Bearish imbalance, it appears. Be on alert. They're goofing around right now inside this zone. I've been in a long since market open. You have been? How's that going? Why are you still in that trade? Just waiting for it to recover.
And account flow.
Yeah. It will come back.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I think so.
How much drawdown do you have on that account that you're
Jesus
expecting to be
Christ,
able to
he must
hold
have
it?
a half a million. Yeah.
No, literally, like fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro must have $500,000 in there, huh? Huh? Right, Chris?
I know, like fuck, Jesus Christ.
Jesus, Lord Jesus. Yeah, bro must have $500,000 in that account. I only went down $4K. On your cash account?
Only?
On your cash account?
Why are you happy about that, bro?
On your cash account? Because there's no way a prop firm could survive that. Who said it would come back? Who told you that? You need a mentor, EMK. What's going on with your risk management? Who's talking to you? Who's telling you to do these things? Who told you to do that? Not a plan, Spooky says. What's up, E? How's everybody? Chilo, my brother, I missed you. I believe it will come back in my heart. Me too.
And account flow.
I believe. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Nye. How you doing, girl? Pay me out, my glorious mentor. Good job, Colt. Where Christ at? Where Chris at? Chris over here?
Yo, I'm here. What's good?
That was Chilo asking about you. What's up? How's everyone? Everyone's doing all right, man. We hanging in there. I believe we'll come. Okay, they read that. They're about to yeet this to this floor and they're about to come here to the zone. I told you. Be on alert. They're about to come over and fill this. They're about to target it right now. This right over here was the fake move to stop you out. You should stop trading if that's generally how you operate. The market doesn't care about hard. Any wins today? I mean, I just logged on to the screen. If I'm being for real, I just had some technical difficulties. I think that they're about to yeet this shit through this floor. The most dangerous thing to do right now is to short this. I'm being for real with you. But everything within me is telling me short this so that I can then target this volume balance here lower. I'll do it on 2 micros for $120. I'll do it like that.
Order filled.
I'll short this on 2 micros for $120 to the downside. Why? Because I think they get ready to yeet this shit through this floor. That's what my brain is telling me right now. My brain is telling me the SPX is about to yeet through this floor and then dump this shit and then come over here and fill this volume out. That's what my brain is telling me right now. I'm being dead serious. That's what my brain is telling me. I'll risk 2 micros. I think they're about to yeet this shit through this floor. God damn it. They're not going now. God.
No, they're going to play it out for a while.
Yeah, the most dangerous thing. Shit. God.
You know what? I might just call it and take 1,400 for the win for the day and run away. But I really see my win, or I really want to see my trade go through.
Yeah, I would take some money and go.
Yeah, you think so, Fano?
Yeah, definitely.
I cut this trade for a loss. They didn't go whenever I wanted them to go. Shit. Honestly speaking, I'll put a stop loss over above this high. I'll put a stop loss above this high. Nah. I'm gonna cut this trade for $100 loss.
Order filled.
I'm gonna cut this trade for $100 loss because I'm trying to gamble on this volume balance, and I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want to be goofing around over here at this bottom. Even with this over here above, even with this here, I don't want to be doing that. I want to be smart. I'll cut it for $100 loss. I want to be smart here. I can clearly see that they're getting ready to bounce this. There's no way in hell that I should be breaking my rules and then shorting at the bottom of a liquidity sweep like that. There's no way in hell that I should be doing no goofy ass shit like that. The safe thing to do right now is to actually long this. That's the safe thing to do. I'm being dead serious. I tried to gamble on 2 micros and it cost me $100. Don't gamble now. Yeah. Him waiting for it to come. Yeah. They about to bounce this. There's no way in hell you should be shorting this.
They're just going side.
Shit.
Fucking.
Man, this is dangerous, man. It's probably best I wait for this to be resolved. $1,500 down. It's recovering. I don't know about that one. I don't know about this one. I'm gonna wait to trade the market structure. That's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna make a good decision. I think they're about to bounce this. I would have got stopped out anyway.
I think they're just going to go sideways for a while.
Look at this. Agreed.
E, we need the horn. Be on alert.
Yeah, we definitely need to be on alert. I need to be on alert. I did something I said I shouldn't be doing. Man, they about to yeet this shit through this goddamn floor, boy. And they about to send this SPX back to the zone, boy. I'm trying to tell you, boy, they about to come here now. These people are angry. Something is amiss. This is not good. Something is amiss with this. Flip the contract from my fifth down, my TBT. Back to funded tomorrow. Good job, Dean. Proud of you, brother. Great job. Way to bounce back. Look at them dump that and then come back. They're buying that dip up fast. Yes, they are. This market is trying to bounce.
That was a 200 tick candle right there.
Yes.
Dip down, take what it wanted, reject.
Absolutely.
That's the one thing about trying to play the gaps
Jesus
and bounces
Christ.
like that. You have to, you almost like have to size in and like want it to go against you so you can front run it because
Yes.
that's clearly still trying to come back. But you have to know.
It's trying to come back. You can see it.
Even though that's a 1 minute BISI, like you have to try to front run it and be able to get
Yes,
your
you
money
do.
before it hits that because it can still come back and literally like that was a little like 5 seconds. It just ate it all up coming back.
It ate it all
that
up.
1 minute.
No, literally.
So you want
Did you see the one they
to
just
get
tried
that
to make
TP
on
ahead of it.
SPX just now, and then they filled it immediately?
That's what. Yeah, it starts doing because like I bet you there's still some they manufacture coming down and filling the little gap that has the wick on the left side on SPX. I bet you they come back.
I
and
swear to
fill
God, they would have come here.
That one at
I'm not even joking.
342.58, and I bet you they get the one down at the bottom. But it's just tricky because they got all these 1 minutes here. They're gonna keep eating the candle. It's gonna be one big candle. There's no way they're gonna walk their way down there now.
Yes. It's gonna go fast and it's gonna confuse you.
It's gonna piss a lot of people off. That's what's gonna happen.
Yes.
And is Trump still speaking?
Yes, he is. He's talking right now.
Yeah, so God body candles are in a play, guys. Like,
oh yeah, and
I don't even know how to trade this for it. It's slap and stops on both sides. You have a clear drawn liquidity, or you just shorted on green, or you need a long on red, and then you need to go break even. They're confusing people. Trump is talking right now, so that's why this market's acting like this. I'm still listening to him talk. And then what they're doing is that they're inching it up like this in these God body candles, and it's confusing you. Shit, they got me to lose $100 now. But I closed out over here because they didn't go immediately when I wanted them to. I'm not going to stay wrong. Not even on 2 micros. I'm not going to goof around. I'm not going to goof around on 2 micros. I'd rather reevaluate and take my chances.
Caught me goofing. I'm goofing right now, and we're going to see how mad I'm going to be in a minute.
Look at them slowly squeeze it up. They're about to release this market. They're about to send this SPY over here to 733. This is bullish. They're displacing away from this. They're displacing away from this volume balance over that they left. That's why I said don't short it over at the bottom. It wouldn't surprise me if they did that in like 1 or 2 candles. They're creeping this up. Let them take the highs on and watch the reactions. That is the safest thing to do, yes. Agreed, Chilo. Look at this. Do you see that? Do you see what I see? Do you effing see what I see right there? Do you see that?
They about to punch this shit through the zone.
Look at that volume imbalance. I mean, look at that trend line. 820. Bro, they about to yeet this through this floor. Look at this. They're pairing this trend line now with this volume. I mean, they're pairing their trend line with their volume balance, but it's over at the bottom of a liquidity sweep. They're pairing this trend line right now with this volume balance, but it's at the bottom of a liquidity sweep. They're pairing this trend line with this volume imbalance, and it's at the bottom of a liquidity sweep. It's dangerous on both sides. And Trump is talking. This is dangerous. It could very well go against me. They're about to use this trend line right now to then target this volume balance right over here that they left in their wake. This is dangerous. Look at them tap that trend line again. Look at them tap that trend line again. Look at them tap that goddamn trend line again. Yes, I am very tempted right now because I want to reshort this with this trend line, but I am shorting it after they swept multiple zones of liquidity and they've completed all my objectives from the pre-market trading plan. You don't go opposite of major objective completions. You don't do that. But I can clearly see what they're doing. They're going to go, but you got to be alert, correct? I think they're about to dump this. I do
looks
not
like
think
they're
this is
making a
bullish.
stepping stone of LR for the downside.
Yes. I think they're about to yeet this shit through this floor and still come back to the zone. That's what I seriously think in my brain. I'm being dead
I'm
serious.
not gonna lie, they scared me out. So I did exit that trade. I'm in $800 of profit. I did reshort off of this. I did reshort on this 5-minute candle that we're making right now. So 2 candles ago, I entered a trade off that rejection of the 15. I'm going back for my original. I'm going back for my original target. They tested my resolve. They won. I still want some money. I'm gonna use that. I'm putting my stop loss. I'm gonna let my stop loss ride at 150 150 above my entry, so that if worst comes to worst, it comes back on me. I only lose 150 of that 800, and if that loses, then I'm just gonna call it out at $700 on the day. But I want to see how this slips our most previous level.
So whenever we snapped this trend line, I went in on 10 contracts and I tried to get 60 ticks for about $300. And then they tagged it to the exact tick of where my TP was, and then they started bouncing it. So then I scaled out because I thought the God body bounce was going to come against me. Just so you're aware. Just so you're aware that's what's going on. Why? Because I'm on alert. So I'm trying to snipe this, and I can clearly see where they're going. You see? Oh, shit. You see that? Look at that. They filled it. Look. You see that?
You were right.
Yeah. They rinsed me on this. You see what I'm saying? They rinsed me.
Just held tight.
Well, be correct, and you can see where they're going. Guys, look. I did not just put that circle. Guys, I did not put that circle there. But guys, see what happened was my issue was when I saw this, I shorted it here originally like this, thinking that they was going to go there immediately. And then what happened was when whenever they started creeping us up, I was like, man, listen, Trump's talking, I'm gonna just close this trade. Then when they started going lower, I reshorted it back to where I was before because you wanna know why? Because they paired this trend line with this volume imbalance. They were tempting me. I just needed to wait for the structure to make it more clear. You do know that you can take $100 loss and then make a $400 trade, right? Like, who's to say that you got to hold on to a trade?
Counter to.
Huh?
Shit, on these, if you got the right accounts, you can blow an account or two and still make 10 grand, bro.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that's just not for everybody, but the shit people like that are doing, bro.
I appreciate that, brother. Yeah. They messed me up on this because I shorted it here and then they tagged my TP to the exact ticket and they started bouncing it. And I didn't want to be goofing around because they had already snapped the trend line. I was outside of the trend line. I needed to short it here on this candle. So
there's an SMT between ES and Mercury.
Should have just hit flatten, close the trade.
Right.
Once it was going against it, should have just hit flatten.
792 short was good, correct. Don't be surprised if they bounce this. They freed this market. There's no way in hell I'm considering shorting this right now in this environment. I personally think that they're about to yeet this, and I personally think they're about to bounce this market. I'm being 100% for real with you. Timestamp. Expect God body bounce potentially. You need to be on alert. Timestamp 1049, 1050 macro coming about. Don't be surprised. You need to watch out. They just reswept that low just now. If they go any lower, they're going to go 730. And then if they go 730, they're not going to stop at 730. They're going to come in at like 728. This market needs to bounce from the zone. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take like a 10-second, I'm going to take like a 30-second break, and I'm going to go grab my water real quick. I'll be right back.
They got me monologuing. These motherfuckers think they can catch me half asleep. I don't think so. Not on my watch. Absolutely
Chris,
fucking
wow.
not.
Chris, have you had your coffee yet? Because that's the only thing calms you down.
Oh, I'm on my second cup now. We've caught up. We're ready. I'm long in this shit.
I hear you. Oh, you already
my
in?
My 1 hour, 15-minute model is in effect. I see everything I like. I'm out of that trade. I'm just waiting for us to blow past this 28,741 level, and I think, although ES is saying it wants to dump, I don't know. I'll wait. I'll sit on my hands.
Yeah, ES is saying, yeah. ES is looking like
ES
it's
is
trying to
saying
eat through the
dump me.
floor.
MNQ is saying launch me.
Yes, exactly. This NQ is trying to bounce. But this SPY and its ES is looking like it's about to eat through this floor potentially. So we got to be on alert for that. That's what we need. That's what we really need to be on alert for. Trump is talking too. We need to be on alert. Now it might be bullish. If they bounce this, they're going to target this high over here. This is what's next on this drawn liquidity. There's nothing else to stop this market from coming here. Trump is talking. Yes, he is. I'm looking at him now. He's at a White House construction zone right now. Be on alert. This is the next liquidity target right now for this bounce. They're free this market to bounce. I'm in 1 minute at 696. I think that's a great trade.
Every part of me is saying that ES wants to drag it lower.
Yes.
I don't know why. I just, it's making me not want to trade anything.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, nose itching. They want to bounce this. Target for this trade. The next drawn liquidity is here. There's nothing else other than the zone here. This is where they're trying to bounce this market to. I'm trying to tell you. You need to be trading the market structure. That's 160 ticks from the zone. They could do that in one candle. A God buddy would make ES flip though. That is correct. They could take turns. One of them is lying to you. You need to try and figure out which one is lying. ES right now is over at this bottom. If ES finds any strength, NQ is going to fly. But if ES dumps to this floor, NQ is going to dump.
We got a small SMT happening right here on a 3. I don't know about a 1 minute. I haven't looked at it there, but on a 3 minute time frame, ES going lower, MNQ higher. So I don't know.
It's on a 1 minute too. It's on a 1 minute.
It is on the 1 minute. I barely look at the 1 minute anymore. I feel like.
On the next red series candle, I'm going to long this on 1 micro, and I'm going to start structuring into this long trade for a potential market reversal.
I'm not doing nothing until we either pass 28,801.25 or 28,663 flat.
That's a smart move. That's a smart decision to make because
I mean,
if we pop this high over here, then we'll for sure have a shift in market structure.
Yeah, and exactly. And if I go a little heavier leverage at the beginning of it, instead of doing my 1 and go for 5, I can still squeeze out probably another $800 off that.
I agree. I think that's a smart idea. The safe thing to do is wait for them to pop this high. Then on a pullback, you know that we have a shift in market structure, and you know this market is flipping bullish. Then you can maybe long it off of some kind of confluence lower. Or
only thing I'm not liking is that 5 minute at the top of that 15 minute. Usually when it's paired up perfectly like that at the very top of a 15 minute, that usually means it wants to tap it and then run away.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll look for that break of 28,801.25, but I will not base anything until I see the reaction off that 5 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Or that weird volume bounce Q's just made and filled instantly.
True, very true.
The 13 point to the downside.
SPY is flipping bullish now, and then NQ is lagging behind now. Look, NQ is lagging behind now, and then the ES is flipping bullish. Look, just look at the size of this ES green candle, and then look at the size of the NQ green candle. NQ didn't even budge just now on that move. NQ is flipping back to bearish now. They reset the NQ, so we have no idea where they're getting ready to go. They're resetting. Huh?
I took a long on NQ, and I hit the button to get out. It like I was only up like $15. I got out and I didn't make shit. It dropped so fast, you know. But my finger hit the button. I didn't make nothing. Just a flat trade.
I wonder what's the chance that they come up here to this high. I wonder that. It appears as though, mention my words. It appears as though that they're making a decision. That happens to the best of us. Yeah, it does.
Yes,
Sure.
it does.
They're about to go right now to the zone, it appears. These people don't appear to be joking. They're about to come up here, then they're about to pop this goddamn high past the zone. You need to be on alert. But I don't want to loan the top of this move over here when we just bounced 400 ticks. This is where they're trying to come to in order to pop this high. They want to pop that goddamn high right now. That's where they want to go to. I'm trying to tell you that's where they're trying to come to. They're about to pop that goddamn high, boy. Jesus Christ, they're going right now. Look at that. Look at that bullish.
I'm not chasing it.
If it pop, you can enter on a pullback. Potential partial out here. Good job, Chilo. Agreed.
Yeah,
Partial out here. Agreed.
I'm aiming for the bottom of that 5 minute and the 15 going break even.
Market bullish. They just popped that high. 100 points here. Good job. Chilo. This is bullish. They wanted to come here. I'm trying to tell you, there was nothing else to stop them from coming in, and from coming to pop that high. There was nothing to stop those people. Bullish. Last thing I would have done was short it. The long was the answer all day. Even though there wasn't a 15-minute SIBI. Trump's still talking. Be on alert. They just popped that high just now. They just popped that internal. If you was in this long, you'd be out probably 75% of this trade because they're probably going to pull us back. ES might want it. Best case scenario, ES has business up here higher. But that's best case scenario. They're going to pull us back slightly potentially. Told you a little tap, man. Agreed. Clear. We need to watch. We need to be on alert. They're bouncing this market. Pullback would not surprise me. Longer than inside of 15-minute SIBI is dangerous, though. Shit, I missed this trade. Damn.
Took a little $200 snipe off that candle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to practice my my scalping here and there.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that good trade would have been on that push up. Aim for the bottom of that 5 minute above the 15. Probably could have held it and made 400, but you know, whatever. I'll take my little win.
This ES is about to come in.
It could also just completely reject it.
Look at this ES just get off this damn ground. ES is about to come in and pop this high here. Thoughts? Tesla thoughts? I really don't watch Tesla on a daily basis. I'm not sure what's going on with them. Tesla has a mind of its own. That and the NVIDIA. Trump says Iran has little capacity to retaliate. He just said that. Whatever that means. Be on alert. It just hit my wire. You want to squeeze this. This ES is about to come into the zone and then pop this high. They're about to scare everybody out. This is bullish. ES just flashed that high just now. That's that alert you just heard. I told you, yes, we're trying to come there. They want to squeeze this. This is bullish. We just had a major liquidity sweep. You do not short a major liquidity sweep. The only reason why they dumped this was to come down over here and to fill this volume balance over that they filled over here. Once they filled this, they went sideways for like 3 or 4 minutes and they just started squeezing again. That was the only reason why they went lower. And then they wanted to resweep these people out that long this. This is bullish. Do not short this. ES just popped that higher just now. Higher 7369.
Would that be considered relative equal highs on the Qs right now?
Relatively equal highs on the Qs. What's this? Higher.
QQQ.
QQQ. Higher 23. Higher 25. Yeah, relatively equal, yeah. It's relatively equal. They're within a point or two away. And it's relatively equal on NQ too, I thought. High of this candle is 28, and then the high of this candle is 29.25. I don't see why they wouldn't come back and attack this, because they didn't pop this high over here. So this move over here was fake to me. They didn't pop this high over here on this NQ. That's exactly what they're coming back for now. They want to pop this high. They left this just now. They want to pop this. This move over here was fake. This was just shake you out. This is bullish. They want to pop this high over here on this damn NQ. And the MNQ. They want to pop this high into this 5 and this 15-minute SIBI. This is bullish. Do not short this. That's tape break even, folks. Yeah. You need to be on alert. That's what you need to be doing. Be careful. I don't like how they inching this up. I agree. That's why I'm not taking a position. You need to be on alert. Do not be surprised if they flash this QQQ VWAP. And then they shoot this past this zone and they target 738 on this damn ES. And then they'll flash this VWAP over here on this SPY. They want to come 734 on this SPY. They want to flash VWAP and then come 734 on the SPY. Do not short this. If SPY goes to 734, NQ is going to squeeze. Do not short this. Last thing you should be doing is shorting this right now. This is bullish. Look at that. Look at that. They just popped that high just now on that NQ.
Full tap off the 5 above and a 15. ES has got a 5, a very, very, very small 5-minute above head. That makes me think that me personally, potential shorting just because of back testing this and that. So I'm going to wait to see what ES does once we get up to that 5-minute.
The short is coming.
I know I keep on saying like I'm going to wait until this happens, but
There's
all I'm going to
nothing wrong
say
with
is no, that
There's
is
nothing wrong with that.
that is how your accounts stay alive. You wait until you see something so damn tasty that you just can't help but take a bite of it.
You cannot help.
I know that sounds so odd to make it sound like that, but
No, you need to make it
that's
sound
why
like that.
that's why I loved when Murdoch was here all the time, because he would just be like, "That's just so juicy."
So juicy. Yeah, I miss Murdoch. Man, I got to reach out to bro.
Look at that trend line now on NQ that they're making, that they're about to snap right now.
Look at that. Jesus, look at that. Yeah, trend line.
I like that.
Look at that trend line.
Wait.
They just snapped it. Damn.
I want to see
Little
that
too
reaction
late.
off the 5.
Bro, I'm saying Murdoch had us all on alert. He did. I got to reach out to Murdoch. Reach out to Murdoch.
Yeah, I miss that guy. Good guy.
So you wouldn't take that trade on MNQ at 886 up to like up to 920 or 939.
Are you for anybody, or are you asking someone specific?
Just for anybody, because I'm looking at that 5 minute above, and I was trying to see if it go through that, then it's gonna keep going.
Yes, I like that reaction, and I like what I'm seeing on the pairing between ES and blah blah. But my personal trading model says wait to see what ES does at a certain level. MNQ could go so much higher still, and I could make some decent money. But I'm looking for something that just screams, I'm about to fucking shoot, and if you don't enter right this second for this 1,500 point or tick dump or whatever, then you're gonna miss out. That's what I scream for. That's very, it was very tempting, but look what we're doing right now. I still think we are in a bearish market. And overall, once we mitigate, or once we blow through this 5, I'm entering into a short. Granted, on one contract, but one micro, but I will build into it as I go.
Right.
I'm taking it. Going in 1.
Murdoch was like Apple. They're always right. Yeah. Yeah, where he went? Yeah, I just sent him a text message just now, a little like 10 seconds ago. He was calling out every double top and bottom. Yeah, he was, wasn't he? He was. For real, Chilo. Chris is a great analysis of these damn charts. Nah, Chris was really good.
Doesn't mean I don't take winner or take losers though.
Absolutely.
Losing is just another part of the game. You gotta learn how to play.
It's part of the game. When you do lose, how much do you lose, and what's going on with that risk management? That's what matters. We pull back just now. We're tapping into a 1 and a 5 minute BISI cluster for potential fuel to potentially go higher. So the question is do you long it out of this 15-minute SIBI, even though we're starting to reject after we just swept this internal? Do you do that? Is that a perfect double top? High at 830.75? Nope. They popped it. So do you long this after they just swept these internals in intraday sell side? Do you long this right now? Or do you short this? That's the question. This right now is your pullback. So if you think they're getting ready to go higher, you need to long it. If you think they're getting ready to go lower, you need to short it. That's what you need to be doing. Me personally, what I think is more likely is that they squeeze this shit and that they go higher. That's just what I personally think in my brain. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me that it's more than likely that they squeeze this shit and that they go higher than they go lower. I'm being 100% for real with you. That's what my brain is telling me right now. My brain is telling me that was just a pullback. My brain is telling me not short this, even though this is a 15-minute SIBI. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what my brain is telling me right now. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me that they're about to, see that? My brain is telling me right now that SPY wants to come over here for this, the SPY wants to come to 734. That's what my brain is telling me right now. My mind is telling me that we should have longed on this 1 and this 5 minute BISI. Go buy now. PT link, a link bio come. Look at that liquidation squeeze from that low. Moderator Allen, mute it. Nah, block him, Allen. Don't mute him, block him. Don't mute that dude, block that dude. Blocked, Goldman. Thank you, bro. Mute that dude. Block that dude. This is bullish. Bang, another TPT account passed. 25 eval. Good job, quote. Yeah, my brain was telling me that they were getting ready to squeeze this higher. That shit was not telling me it was trying to go lower. I was going to long that again. Or they just started going immediately. Like as soon as I started talking, they just started going. Like they didn't even give me 10 seconds to press the button. Like as soon as I said it, they started liquidation squeezing it again in a god body straight line. Thanks, Nubs. Yeah, block that, dude. Anybody that comes here that doesn't speak English like that, GOL, G-O-L, GOL, buy now, BT, a link, bio, come. People say weird stuff like that. Come on, man. I'm nervous about this intraday drawdown, Cole. Shit, intraday drawdown is not nice. I think they're about to send the SPY to the 734. That's what I think they're trying to come to. But they left this behind in their wake. 732.22. That's only a 4. That's nothing. Trying to squeeze this for real. But the strange thing is that they gave you this liquidation dump candle here, and then they stopped it on a dime, and they literally gave you 5 seconds to contemplate what you were doing, whether that you wanted to long it and analyze and go, they're probably going to go higher, and then they just went. This is the power of negative HVL. They're not going to hold your hand. They're going to go straight to TPs. I like trading negative HVL. I do. I just think it's better. Because if you size accordingly, man, you can make $200 or $300 in like 3 or 4 minutes and just be done with it. Like buying up there at the top is like trying to pull teeth. Damn, 3 TPTs called. Oh, where you going for those Peter Kennedy's 10K daily withdrawals? What happened with Peter Kennedy's account? Is he still going live? Because I clicked on his profile, like his profile was looking like it was like a scam or something like that. Somebody send his TikTok insider again, please, because I don't follow it because it was something weird. Something weird was going on with his account. I don't follow him. Yeah, link it inside there again, like his real account, because I tried to search him and like there were accounts that had more followers than him, but like I know that they were scams because like they posted 20 videos in the last 3 days. It was like 10 videos a day they were posting. And like the videos had like 1 like and no comments. So I knew for a fact it was a scam. Yeah, people's live this morning. It's really PK. He must have changed it. It used to be Longhorn Trades, didn't it? He changed it? It used to be Longhorn Trades, right? He changed it, huh? Did he change the username? I thought TikTok glitched. That's why I unfollowed him. He changed the username because it used to be Longhorn, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. He might. He only have 30K followers, which is weird. What? He doesn't have 30K followers. I thought he had more than that. I thought he had like 80.
Is that a trend line to the upside? From way up top at like 9:30 this morning? I mean,
yeah, they're working on that too. Jesus, if they snap that, this is gonna get brutal. It's gonna get filthy. Watch this. You need to watch that. That's what they're working on right now. That's what I'm saying. I think something could have happened. Yeah, PK changed his name because it matches his background, he says. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so like once I saw that, I thought that I was following the wrong account, so I unfollowed him. So yeah. He's the only trader I follow on TikTok. Because he's like the only one who actually trades live. Now, he oversizes, and I think that he can, I think that if you follow his exact trades, you will get roasted. If you don't have the pockets that he does, which most people don't. Because I'm not even spending $5,000 to activate no evals. I'm not doing no shit like that. Watch out for this trend line. They're coming into contact with this. The last thing you should do is short this. They're getting ready to yeet this to this. They're getting ready to take this SPY to the 734. I'm trying to tell you. This right here is where they're trying to come to. They're trying to take SPY to 734. And then they're going to use the SPY going to 734 to snap that trend line or whatever that, just alerted us to. That Matt Blanchard just alerted us to. You need to be on alert. They're snapping this trend line right now. This is bullish. Last thing you should be doing is shorting this. You should have longed it over here on this pullback if you weren't scared. Up 300, they're going to chill until 1150. Maybe get another one trade, one micro, and move up the chart. I agree, Nubs. Good job there. Proud of you. With a bounce back, sir. Let's stack some days together. What's the word? Just chilling, scrap. Chilling, man. We're gonna have to venture. Yeah, they're trying to come here. They're going from liquidity to liquidity, and they're squeezing this market here higher. He full ports, so people blow accounts using his code. I didn't think of it like that until you said that. I didn't think of it like that. But he is profitable using that full porting strategy. But I wouldn't recommend entering on 5 to 7, 8 minis. So people copy that and people see how much money he makes and they think that people think that like if they copy his trades then they'll get rich too doing that. But it doesn't work like that because you don't have the capital to consistently purchase accounts when you do lose. So like if you do what he's doing and you do it how he's doing it, you have to have the startup capital. Because who cares if you reset accounts for $5,000 at like $1,200 a pop, $1,000 a pop, whatever, $1,500 a pop, whatever it is, the funded accounts for $1,500 a pop, and you spend $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 on it. If you full port it again, and if you make $15,000, like who cares?
ES is ramping this up to take MNQ higher.
Yes. This SPY is trying to come into the zone. SPY is trying to come to 734. There's nothing that's going to stop them. There's no amount of sales that's going to come into this market to stop this market from coming to the zone. There's nothing. It's the same thing I said down here. There's no way in hell you should be going against where they're trying to go fill orders. It's the same thing I said before they dumped it. You need to not be going contrary to where SPY is trying to come to go fill orders. NQ is goofing around over here, and NQ is lagging behind, but SPY flipped bullish now. SPY was bearish down over here, and it was NQ that was bullish. Now they're taking turns, and now NQ and ES is just liquidation, squeezing it nonstop. Look at them. Look at them. See that? You see how they came to that 734? There was nothing that was going to stop them from coming into the zone. They flashed this VWAP, and they went to where I was thinking that they was getting ready to go. This is bullish now.
Tapping into that small 5 on ES that I was concerned about.
And on top of the hell, they just snapped this trend line. So they just snapped the intraday trend line. So I'm also very worried about shorting here, too. You need to be on alert. Because they could very well liquidation squeeze and then come to this VWAP. So you need to be on alert. You need to be on alert. Hell. And they just flashed that damn 700 just now on that QQQ. Like they might want to reattack 700 to come up into 750 on QQQ. That's what's next. You need to be looking for draws and liquidity or trend lines. That's what we need to be trading. We need to be looking for clear draws and liquidity. We need to be trading like market structure that presents itself. Taking trades based off of market structure. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be on alert. Look at this SPY come over here and pop that damn high. Timestamp 11:20. I think it's highly likely that we reject and that we start targeting lower draws and liquidity right about now. That's what I think. I think it's highly likely. I think that they might be done trying to go higher as of right now. I think they're about to start pulling this market back. That's what I think in my brain. Look at that. See that? See that candle? SPY is fighting the VWAP. That is correct. They just wanted to flash this VWAP and then they want to pop that high on that 734. And now they're shitting the bed again.
Bro. Read my comment, E. Please. Laying the cheese. I literally just laid out the trade
trying to tap
and
into
it
that
went to
5-minute VWAP flash and still got that gap below the structure in the short for those who are hold.
To
who are
TP.
bold. Yeah,
TP.
5-minute, SPX trying to tap into that 5-minute VWAP flash. That is correct, flash VWAP, and still got the structure below. What structure below? What was the structure?
Just go look at SPX. Look at the candle. Look at the candle. To a T. Literally straight to TP.
Yeah.
Straight to TP.
What structure?
Straight.
You talking about a trend line structure? You talking about volume?
No, I'm talking about gap below to structure into short. Like there's a SPX 73.50.56. Literally flash VWAP, tapped into 5-minute, went straight to TP in one candle.
Oh yeah, I see. You talking about this? You talking about this smaller size volume balance here? Yeah, absolutely.
Gee, I mean,
Jesus, what a trade, what a call out.
70,
He said at 11:16. Look,
yeah, that's a 20-point gap. I mean, that's not
absolutely.
They come back for those.
Look at how Chris is. Look at how Colt is reading this market. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this insane call out. Look, he said this at. Look, Look, he said this at 11:16 a.m. He said that he expects SPX to flash this VWAP over here, come over here, tap into this 5, and then he looked at this volume balance of it's a smaller size one, but he looked at this and he was like, I expect him to dump it or whatever, and then target this volume balance, and then look exactly what they did. He said this at 11:16. He said this here on this candle, but he was typing at 11:15. So they flashed this VWAP and then they dumped it, and they did exactly what he said. That's incredible. You can be picking up on things that other students are learning as well from inside there. You don't have to just be trading just based off what I'm looking at, because I won't be able to see everything. That's also why you're here as well. You need to be paying attention to the things that other people are saying, and you need to be analyzing what they're doing. They just snapped this trend line again. The last thing I would do is short this still. Hell, they just snapped that damn trend line just now. We need to be on alert. They snapped both trend lines. What is that? Low of 736,550. 736,550. We got double bottoms on this. We got double bottoms on this ES. Last thing I would do is long this. We got double bottoms on this ES after we rejected a VWAP flash. They're probably getting ready to flash bang this right now through this floor potentially. You need to be on hyper alert. They're going to dump this, and they're probably going to target this double bottoms over here on this ES. They're trying to go lower. That's a perfect double bottom. We're calling it out. 1, 2, perfect double bottom to the exact tick. They're not going to let this ride. They're at least going to flash this lower, and then remotely consider bouncing. Don't long. I know that what I'm saying might be confusing to people because literally 10 seconds before that, I literally said, don't short this, but I'm seeing what they're doing in real time, and I'm seeing where they're going. Like this is it's called tape reading. So I'm reading the tape and I'm seeing where they're going based off of what they're doing immediately in that moment. So your brain needs to be thinking like this because when they snapped that trend line, I figured they were getting ready to bounce it. But then when they bounced it, then I switched over to ES and I saw it was a perfect double bottom. And I said, hell no, they're getting ready to slam this through this floor and they're getting ready to come here. And that's exactly what they did. And then they targeted and they yeeted it through the floor and they took out the perfect exact tick double bottom. So I'm seeing it as it's coming through the wire. And I'm seeing what they're doing and where they're going in real time. So look at that. Like, look at this right over here. Look at this. Close at 34, then the high of this is 24. This is a 10-point volume balance right over here. Don't be surprised if they bounce this market at some point in time, then they come and target this. Right over here. I'm seeing this as this shit is coming through the wire. Look at this. That's a 10-point volume balance. Look this. Watch this. Watch what they do with this. Look. That's a 10-point volume balance after they snap their trend line. Don't be surprised if they come maybe a little bit lower, then they start curling this up. If they dump this and if they curl this up or whatever, I'm gonna take this long because I know for a fact they're probably getting ready to come here. But I'm not gonna blindly long this right now. I want this market to find some stabilization. I want to trade market structure. Market structure is trading these trend lines like this right over here. They snap, not guessing they're getting ready to come back for a 10-point volume balance in this environment. I need to watch this and I need to be on alert. They're probably gonna sweep this low. Probably going to take this out. I need to be on hyper alert right now. We need to be on alert together. It's going to take all of us. SPY is trying to flash bang through this floor. SPY doesn't give a shit about anything. You need to watch out. SPY is trying to take out the lows. This is bearish. I'm not going to take no little cheese like this. I'm not going to just blindly long this the moment that it appears. I need to be trading market structure in this environment. This is a crazy environment. Been doing this since last week, taking out any longs. You just took out that high and text everything.
Telling you, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just reading the comments. Man, what a call.
I'm telling you, my targets earlier. I swear to God, that's where they want to go. I don't think we're done going lower. They've just been playing it around to try to get people offside, specifically me, because they're getting pissed off that I'm taking all their money.
So, Chris, you stayed in that trade?
No, I toyed around a little bit. I got out of my original trade. I took that walk up from the 1 hour to the top of that 5 minute.
I think they're about to bounce this.
I
personally think that they're about to bounce this market. That's what I think in my brain. I'm being dead serious. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me somehow, somebody that they're about to bounce this goddamn market and target that volume balance.
Order filled.
I'm going to long this right now on 3 contracts, and I'm going to try and target this volume balance up here to the upside on 80 ticks. off of this release. It's best I go break even right now.
Order submitted.
I think they're about to squeeze this shit and go higher towards this volume. That's what I think in my brain. But I could take multiple jabs at this. It's 80 ticks to the upside as a base hit. Honestly speaking, I'm up $200 right now, but to be safe, I probably should hold it. I don't want to give back my money. I'm up $250 right now, but they better stop me out at break even. So I should have took the money. I should have ran with it, but it's okay. I wonder if I should take the money and still run with it.
You in a long or a short?
I'm in a long right now.
I don't know. If it's short enough, you might get a good little scalp off it, but I honestly think that we're going to dump a little bit.
I'm going to take some of this money and run.
Order canceled.
I'm going to take some of this money and run right now, and then I'm going to replay it again. So I closed it over. So I loaned it over here, and I closed it out over here. So I would have stopped at a break even just now in that candle. So I took about $100 and I ran with that. If they dump it, then like if they start coloring it up again, then that's what I'm gonna do. I still think they're getting ready to come up and at least fill that volume balance. But again, guys, like I'm immediate term scalping right now. So let me see how much I'm up on this. Let me see how much I'm up on these Apex accounts. They're getting ready to squeeze this and they're getting ready to come up over here and fill this volume balance. I might take another jab at this, but just on 2 micros. 3 micros rather.
Yeah, they can't.
They're about to come up here and they're about to fill it right now. Shit, they came back and they filled it.
They don't
stay break even.
They don't need those.
I agree.
Not on all 3. So
they filled it just now. They came back and they filled it.
Look at that retreat. Holy shit.
See that? Look at that. This is a guys. I hope that everyone is paying attention right now. Is everyone paying attention to this masterclass performance in regards to what everyone inside Discord is doing right now? Are y'all paying attention to what we're doing? Like, I'm being dead serious. Like, in regards to, like, let you know, like, pointing arrows out and showing you where they're coming, showing you where they're trying to come over here and fill these volume balances, and then they're rejecting it, and then they're doing exactly what we're doing. And then there's people making money on both sides. So, like, you don't have to trade like how I'm trading. Like, you don't have to do that. But, like, are you paying attention in regards to what the hell we're doing and, like, how we're reading tape in real time? This is insane. When they filled this, then they started doing exactly what Chris said. I seriously think Chris is correct. I seriously think, hold on, Chris, you said that you think they're trying to go lower. That's what you said? Or you think they're trying to go higher?
I think the real play, since they've started toying with us a little bit, is on ES. It's either going to be around the 7-3-44 level, because there's a 1 hour, a 5 minute, a 15 minute, and a 1 minute all right there. But I think it won't stop there. I think it's going to lick through, take the liquidity sweep at 7-3-3-6-25, tap into that 5 minute, and the other cluster of BISIs that I just mentioned, the 1, the 5, the 15, the hour. I think they're all what I call parachutes, which means that it's slowing the trade down so that it'll go for that liquidity sweep, beautiful tap into the middle of the 5 right there, and that was the target. I've also got another 1 hour just beneath that. So I've got multiple, for me personally, I've got multiple targets of liquidity lower that make me say we are so close to it on ES. Why would it not just dump into it, take MNQ, NQ with it, and then go on its wrecking mission up?
Yes.
So that's where my target is right now. Once we pass 7-3-3-6-25 on ES, no matter where I am, I'm closing out that trade, because that's where my trade is done. That's where I think we're done.
3-3-6.
7-3-3-6-25.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, 7-3-3-6-25. 7-3-3-6. 7-3-3-6-24. This low over here. Right here is where he's trying to go.
It's the one from May 7th.
Yeah, exactly. ES is down. 0.8%. That means about this. Oh, that's nothing. Yeah, no, we could do that in like a few candles if we wanted to. If they really wanted to get pissed off, we very well could.
This market, I feel like this market not going anywhere until SPX. It's filling it right now, and it's creating one back to the downside if you're crazy enough to short it.
Yeah, it is.
But QQQ is the only one who filled that. It can't go anywhere until SPX and SPOT come back and get that, dog. And they kind of just did. So.
Absolutely. What did they say? Account
No,
pass.
they both just did.
Market is making you be on alert, Cleo says. If you can't read it, you're fried. That is correct. Because as it stands right now, with like the size of these candles and like the current environment, like if I see 100, 120, 150, $200, I'm taking it. Either that or like I'm going break even. And so if you're sitting here on TikTok and you're trying to copy my trades, or if you're copying my trades and like you damn sure don't understand where I think that they're going, then you're roasted. Because I'm gonna make a split-second decision and I'm gonna get in and out of a trade, or like I'm gonna take a $50 or $100 loss and I'm gonna immediately turn right around and then try and take another trade to try and make $200 or $300. Not immediately, but I'm gonna take that trade again. And they're confusing people and they're bouncing this market back and forth. Look at that. They just snapped this trend line just now. I'm not sure what this means. This NQ just shot off this ground. I have no idea what that means. They were getting ready to go lower. They're flipping objectives in real time. They're confusing people. I have no idea what these people are trying to do. You said what, Cole? I don't know.
They got a gap in the middle of the first presented, and if you're confident enough to play the short back into the gap, that's a beautiful long.
Correct. I see what you're saying. Like if you, like if they pull it back, then you're long it whenever they're feeling it in order for them to potentially continue in the direction they're trying to go, which it appears to be higher right now. But as it stands right now, I know that we've been talking and I know that we've been saying a lot and pointing out liquidity targets. But everybody, listen, we're on the same exact candle as we were 90 minutes ago. This market has done nothing but slightly dump, bounce, slightly dump, bounce, flashes, VWAP, which was something. Most people took trades off that. And then Shiloh longed it over here, and then they dumped it, and now we've just been going sideways. Like, we've just been doing this nonstop for the last 90 minutes, just so you know. Like, we haven't displaced or done anything insane. Timestamp 11:33. You have 12 minutes until safety. Look at this pullback into this goddamn volume balance that Cole was talking about.
I'm in the short right now. If it hits TP, I pass this select account. You're going to see.
Wow. Look at this goddamn trade. The balls on this guy. I got to watch this and I got to see how this plays. If SPX flashes into the zone and then comes over here and fills this volume balance, Cole passes this eval. So let's hope that they do this. Let's not be salty or haters. And let's just seriously hope that they yeet this through this floor and then send this SPX, which consequently would then send ES back into the zone. So he shorted up here on this green candle, I'm assuming, to then try and target this lower drawn liquidity low. Okay, we need to be on alert. So let's hope that he passes this account. Let's not be haters. If that's you from TikTok. Be happy for other people's success. Try and figure out what they're doing successfully. Plus, what happened?
So I front run and took a $400 profit
Twin,
right there on that little bounce right there.
Okay, good. Hold on, so you out of the trade now? You're not in it no more?
Yeah, I'm out. I took a $475
not bad.
profit.
Yeah, not bad.
It's still going.
It's kind of risky.
It's still
yeah,
going,
exactly.
and that's a beautiful long.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. I think they're ready to come back over to the zone based on what you're saying.
Yeah, it's going to come tag it.
I'm going to move to full pour or something. Quest said, holy shite, they just did it. Look at that.
Up, oh my God.
Did you just see that? Look.
Up.
Did y'all just say, look, he called it out. Look. He called out this volume balance and
$200 on that drop. Yeah.
You see that?
$200
on that dump.
I got 52 ticks off of that.
Did y'all see that? Are y'all seeing exactly how these students inside the Discord are calling this trade out? Guys, are calling this out? Guys, Colt didn't understand none of this. Guys, ask him. Guys, I'm being dead. Guys, for all of the Discord students, Colt did not understand no tape reading. This dude just started trading, bro. Like literally like a few months ago. But now he's understanding this stuff and he's saying things now, which is why I created this community. He's saying things now that I agree with. And I'm like, yeah, I can see that. That's exactly what they're getting ready to do. And then so like he says it and I highlight it and then they do exactly what they do. We're not trading SPX. We're trading NQ. But guess what's going to happen if SPX does that? NQ is going to dump. Look, see? And then they created another one up over here past this zone. Look at this. There's another one right over here. Look. They're just going back to back to back to back. There's another one right over here. Look at this. Look. Look, watch this. Watch this now. Look. Watch this. Look. Watch this. Look. Look. Watch it. Look. Look. Watch it. Look. Look. Just watch this. This is not pre-recorded. Look. Just watch this. Look. Look at this. Look. Did you just see that? Look. Bang. Did you just see that?
I need to get this recording, and so, bro, I'm gonna.
It's being recorded on YouTube right now. Every single training session is on YouTube. Just timestamp it. Timestamp is 11:36. So just fast forward and just a look in the right hand corner, then you'll see it. Look at this. Look, you see that?
No,
they came back for another one.
I'm on OBS right now recording.
Bullish.
I need to. If it's loud, I'm sorry. We got people moving furniture in here, but
this is
bro,
insanity.
I've laid the cheese on that trade. I'm sorry if it's loud, y'all. I laid the cheese targeting that short, and I told y'all there's a gap in the first presented. I got out of that trade for $500, and I wasn't scared to be in that trade on 20 micros because it was in the middle of SPX was in the middle of a 5-minute. It just tagged a 5-minute SIBI. That's why I was like, bro, it's going to dump. I'm going to enter on 20, and I did. I entered on 20, took profit at like almost $500 on the way down, got out. It went directly to that gap, and I said it was going to be a beautiful long if it did that.
Yes,
not only did it go tag that gap and then tag into a first presented, it created a gap on the way up. I said gap, up, and then I entered on it immediately and then still went past this account, even though I got out of the trade and re-entered on something different that just showed itself. And now it's probably going to keep pumping, but that is crazy right there.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Check us out. What's that? Twin, smack TP on paper with A+ setup. What's the point of paper trading? Are you crazy? Who are you? Ruck? What are you talking about? What the hell's the point of paper trading? Who are you? What's going on with that? Who said that? The best traders in the world love paper trading. What are you talking about? Who said that? What do you mean what's the point of paper trading? What are you talking about? So you don't lose, so you can sharpen your edge. Paper trading is the best. Who said that? What? You like to test things out in real time? On real cash? Is that what you like to do?
That shit.
Come on now.
I mean, if your account's big enough to handle some forward testing, go for it. But
nah, even then, I still wouldn't do that. Paper trading is the best. What's going on? Let me read these messages. 2 minutes of market over, and I'm so ready for when I'm back. Good job. Well, I'm taking a break, so that's why I am. But it's just a waste of time. It's fake. Okay. No offense, but you don't know what you're talking about. I'm just being honest with you. I just call it like I would say it. I'm being honest with you. You don't know what you're talking about. Paper trading is fake, yes, but it's practice.
Which is the whole point.
Yeah. That's like you saying, hey, bro, what's the purpose of, I can't even think of something like that. That's you're right. I don't know what I'm trading. I'm a long-term investor. Okay, good. If that's the case, then good, yeah. So yeah, I'm talking about day trading. I'm actually talking about like back testing strategies. You need to be on paper, 100%. I'm being dead serious. Anyone else telling you that or being like, hey, bro, you need to put your real money inside this man so you can get a feel for things, that's false. What you need to do is that you need to see and you need to eye whatever account it is that you're trying to trade. So if you're going to trade a 50K, if you're trying to get 50K prop firm accounts to be trading those, you need to look at the firm that you're going to go with, and you need to look at those rules. You need to write those rules, and you need to study that FAQ. And your paper trading needs to reflect those same exact rules. Those same exact rules. Nothing needs to change, 100%. And then you need to follow those rules, and then you need to essentially sharpen your edge on paper so you don't lose anything. You need as many cracks at the funded stage and trading real accounts as possible so that when you do succeed and once you begin to understand, you're not $5, $10, $15, $20,000 in debt. And now you're trying to rush the profitability process. Because if you $10,000, $15,000 in debt, guess what's going to happen? Now you're going to be rushing. And now you're going to be like, well, dang, I got to get this payout as soon as possible. And the last thing that you need to be doing is trying to rush profitability. You can't force your way on this market. Trading and investing, you should know it as an investor if you say it, right? Guess what? I'm going to ask you this question because I use the Ramon hedge fund. What's the fastest way in order for you to lose money as an investor? What's the fastest way? In order to try and get rich what? Quick, right? I'm going to help you out. Well, I think you already know it. you know that it comes long term, right? Money and trading is the only thing to where I've seen to where like the faster that you try and run towards it, the further that you run away. It's literally like quicksand. It's absolutely
The
insane.
quicker you blow, it counts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the quicker you blow, it counts. As in, like you go, well, I could make $300 or $400 a day for 5 or 6 days and get the max payout. But then I could go 10 minis and then get the payout right now in 60 seconds. Let me know how often you do that. And let me know how consistent you do that. Let me know. I could make $3,000 right now in 60 seconds if I longer on this red candle on 10 minis, blown account. Now you got to start the whole process all over again. And now you got to pass the account, wait 3 or 4 days to activate it, pay more money, build up the buffer, and now and then get right back. Versus the dude that goes, man, you know what? I'm gonna loan this on 3 micros over here on this pullback, and man, you know what? People gonna be laughing at me because I'm gonna be making $250 to $300 for like the next 4 or 5 days, man. But you know what? I'll see you in like another week and a half. And then he got the money in his account. And then like if he's wrong, then he goes, man, you know what? Damn, I lost $300 or $400. Man, I'll come back the next day. And then he comes back the next day, he survives. Versus you all or nothing. This is bullish. I'm not saying you. I speak in third person. Don't short this. That's got to be a great feeling, Colt. Yeah. Check platinum chat. Let me see.
See, that's like the biggest thing that, like, I feel like everybody obviously has like different edges and whatnot, and like Chris trades completely different than me. You trade, I guess, a little. Everybody targets like similar things, trades different and whatnot, but that's like the one thing that I've for sure been on evals. I don't play around. Like I don't play around with some of the sizing on these evals, but just trying to figure out like funded side of that for me.
Right.
And at least if you're gonna start taking those big, like today would be like on some of these TPT accounts, it'd be a wild day. Like, but there's gonna be some times where like you like if you're trading the style that I'm trading, you're gonna blow some accounts. You got to be okay with it, and not let it impact that psychology. Because me and GB have been phone calls, text messages, like locked in daily, trying to figure out these gaps, and it's working. Like the edge is figured out. It's just a matter of like trying to control that psychology and risk management side.
Absolutely,
like,
that's huge.
Like you're talking about.
Absolutely, guys. The psychological aspect is so huge. Guys, I want to share this because one of the students inside here, for one, let's congratulate Zay for starting to understand a little bit more because Zay just took this short or whatever on this. So let me get this together right over here. So Zay just took this short on this, and he said he wanted me to check this. So great trade on that, Zay. But I wanted to send this out to the chat. I want to send this out to the chat real quick. Guys, I got a message this weekend from one of the students, guys, and this is why I do this. Guys, this is seriously why I do this. Now, guys, like I'm not going to read the whole message, but guys, this is why I try to help people. This is what I'm talking about whenever I say, like the mentorship, like this is why you're here. Now keep in mind. Now look, the top of the message. Look, I'm not going to read the whole entire message. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to, quote unquote, bore you guys. But guys, the top of the message, he says, now I don't want to jinx it, but I think something finally clicked with me over the last class, as in it was free. But I told him, I was like, brother, just listen. He says, on that new eval I made, but, well, I'm not going to get into that. But he says also, thank you again from the bottom of my heart for the time you put in on my questions/struggles I've been dealing with on this market and psychology. It honestly meant more to me than you could ever realize and reignited that motivation and drive in me. I appreciate the absolute F out of you for real. He goes, so I responded and I said, I recommend you trade 1 or 2 evals. Well, because, he asked me for like a trade plan. So just ignore that. And so just ignore this person. But what I said was, proud of you. That's why I'm here. More importantly, that's why you're here. Let's get it tomorrow. I'm being dead serious. Guys, this is why I'm doing this stuff. Guys, because, and like, I wanted to show this because I I think it was Colt that just said something about psychology, and that just triggered it in my brain. Because stuff like this happens all the time, but like until someone says it, like I'll just forget. But it just triggered it to me. Like, so much of trading is psychological. Nothing changed fundamentally between that student's approach over the last 2 or 3 days between now and Sunday's class. Nothing changed. His strategy is still the same. He probably maybe studied a little bit more, but nothing has changed. But that psychological talk, the ability to have somebody say, hey, man, I believe in you. Or, hey, man, this is what you need to be doing. Hey, man, look, it's okay. Keep pushing forward. I'm being dead serious. People love to talk about technical analysis all the time, but nobody likes to talk about psychological analysis. Everything, man, trading is so much psychological, it's insane. That's what the $40 per month is for, because you will struggle sooner or later. It's somebody in your corner. Can you message somebody inside here, either me or somebody that you might become best friends with online in here? I don't know. It might be CME. I don't know. It might be Colt. I don't know. It might be Chris, you know? You know what I'm saying? Chris isn't a good guy, so stay away from that guy. You got to be on alert with that guy. He's not a good guy.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. So
I just tease. I love that guy. He's a good dude. I try to tease the guys. I was make sure he was listening. Make sure he was on alert.
Chris is a good guy.
Yeah, Chris is a good guy. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It might be fan. I don't know. Bullish? Later, you enjoy your day, bro. Oh, yeah, all right, Zay. Appreciate you, man, for sharing this on Discord. It's like we don't need to practice for our next game. Ooh. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like we're saying we don't need to practice for our next game. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Like, hey, man, why I gotta practice and get in shape for? Why can't I just go onto the court and just play with LeBron James? Why I gotta do that for? Why I gotta lift weights for? Why can't I just lift weights on the day of the game and then get strong the day of the game? That's what I meant to say. For real. Be on alert. They're goofing around. Timestamp 11:48. The last thing we should be doing is shortness. Shorts are no longer allowed. 11:50 macro coming up. Be on alert. Aren't markets efficient though? Markets are very efficient. But sometimes they create inefficiencies and then they rush to fill the inefficiencies. The computer rushes to fill the inefficiencies. That's how I knew where they was getting ready to go with those volume balances, and I kept cutting, and I called it out here, and then Colt called it out here. That's how. Because those were imbalances, they were inefficiencies, and the market tried to reprice them. That's all that was. Be on alert. If you don't believe in what we're talking about and the things that we're showing you and how they keep on coming back to them, then great. I don't want you to believe. You want to know why I don't want you to believe? Because then that implies that you know, that implies that you think that I know with 1 billion people that we know somehow something that you don't know, and that we're knowing what 1 billion buyers and sellers are doing all at the same time, and where they're coming and where they're going. That means that I'm watching them on their computers, and I can calculate it all in my brain, and how many buyers and sellers are coming just based off of this little ass chart that I'm looking at right now. That's what you're implying. So it's one or the other. It's either like I know how to read this computer and I see where they're going, and it is manipulated 100% because it is, or I know what 1 billion people are doing all at the same time. I know Colt, you know that. What does that sound? That's fire. What the hell? Who's that sound? Fire over there at the damn airport. I had to disconnect, bro. I took all that. It was a good trade. Where's the next imbalance? They got to create them. Timestamp 11:50. They're just going sideways now. It's best we be on alert. It's the 11:50 macro right now. Everyone assemble. That's the battle gong. Everybody assemble.
They got that trend line working on the downside though.
Let me take a look at that.
Sounds kind of like the beginning of the Pink Panther.
Avengers! Avengers, assemble!
I like that.
Avengers, assemble!
I like that one. I'll figure out which one I want to do later. I gotta try and figure out which one I like, which assemble one I like. That last one or the one before that. We gotta assemble on this 1150 macro. We need to be on alert. Daily 5 to 7 trading signals. Join now, link in bio. Block. I blocked you. Where's the next imbalance? Long in this 60 ticks upwards. Boy, it was fun. Called out some bangers. Good job, Cole. Proud of you. I'm glad you was in it. Was wondering here my dog was wondering where my dog was. And I was helping out my cousin taking his first trades. And I was telling him, bro, I know the community going crazy right now. Yeah. What's going on, G? How you doing? You doing all right today? 21.25 made on the new TBT Pro after blowing the other one. Let's effing go this market after market makers. Let's turn up, fam. Buffer secured. Good job. Way to bounce back. Good job, Dev. You're done for the day. Dev from Discord, you're done. I'm crying. Blocked. I blocked you. Yeah, I blocked, bro. I had to block, bro. Was that? That's your 1150 macro setup. Pull back to 740 front run. I need to see market structure as of right now. Like, I need to see at least 80 to 120 ticks potentially out of it. That's what I'm looking for right now. That's not enough. A break to one side, this thing, nothing to trade. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. They want to dump. Look at that trend line. Do not long this. This market structure is telling me bearish until they at least snap this and confuse people. I'm not going to long this. There's no way in hell. Look at that trend line that they're working on right there. Look at that trend line. They're at least going to snap this and coming down to the zone. Don't long this. There's no scenario where I long this. I don't give a damn on the 1150 macro. There's no scenario where I long that. I'm trading this market structure. This is an insane environment. I need to be looking at what they're doing in real time and where they're going right now based off what they're showing me. They want to dump this. That's bearish. I just seen that just now. I apologize. I should have shown it to you 2 minutes ago, but I just seen it. I can't see everything. I'm going side by side. Don't long this. We're going down for, yeah, they wanted to snap this trend line over here. I missed the great one because I was on my phone.
You're good.
You said who?
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, thank you, fam. Be on alert. They just snapped that trend line just now, though. They reset it. This is what I personally think. I think that they wanted to snap that trend line, and I think they got business over here, and I think they want to flash this. I think they want to pop this high over here at 73, 79 and come into this VWAP. That's what my brain is telling me somehow, some way, that they're devising a plan. They're devising something sinister. That's what I think. That's what my brain is telling me as of right now, until proven otherwise. What is that? High is 95. High at 94. High at 95. This is a perfect double top. This is what my brain is telling me now. This is a perfect double top over here on this zone. My brain is telling me that they want to pop this double top somehow, some way. Not right now, but like, so like if they curl this up, I'm not going to catch this falling knife. I don't give a damn if it's 1150 macro. They still snapping this trend line over here that I just alerted to. That's the market structure. If they curl this up, then I'm gonna assume that they're getting ready to snap this. So I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna see how we react in the zone to see if they stop dumping. I need some indication they're getting ready to reverse this. There's a double top over here. They laid the cheese up here higher. I want to see what they're getting ready to do. I'm not going to jump from this moving train right now. Why? Because if they come any lower than they tap this, then I'm not going to think they're getting ready to do that. then I think they can ready to snap this and then touch this and then do the same exact thing that they did over here. That's what I'm going to think in my brain. That's what my brain is going to tell me. If you notice, every single trend line where they've touched it 3 times, they snap. No more than 4. Every single time they snap it and you can get a base hit off of it. It just depends on how oversized you are and how greedy you are. That's the only thing that can F up the trade. So like if they come into contact with this again, but since they pulled this back, I'm going to assume they're going to do something like this. That's what I'm going to assume. So they better not touch this line right over here. They better not do that shit. If they do this, then I'm going to think this price is going to turn bearish. My personal trading style with the TBT is largest size. Tighter stops, usually mental, depending on what the market does and shows me. That's correct. But I usually go up 10 to 20 micros for gap or liquidity targets, or I'll throw on 60 micros here and there for a super quick scalp. And then you take base hits after you do that? Or what do you do? Because I know you're not trading 60 micros every single time, Dev. Oh, you asked that because you asked them what size is it going. I'm trying to figure out how I should approach the TBT buffer with the intraday drawdown. Yeah, that's basically what I do, but I don't go 60 micros. You know what I'm saying? Like every now and then, like I go 20, 30, and then like I'll get like a $500 or $600 a day, and like I really only need like 2 or 3 of those, and like I just take base hits going forward from that. But that's basically what I'm doing as well. I missed the one great one. Okay, I read that. Tapped. They didn't tap this. They missed it. They just snapped that trend line there. I think that they got business up here higher. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me somehow, some way they got business up here higher with this perfect double top on this damn spot. That's what my brain is telling me. I'm trying to tell you, that's what my brain is thinking right now. I need to be on alert. That's what I need to be. Timestamp 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think the way I've started trading like some of those gaps is at least trying to get better at it is like I will enter on some crazy contracts, especially on these evals. But even when I took the $500 TBT payout I had and built a buffer on that account, like the first few times I did it, like I'd enter on like 60 sometimes. But even with these gaps that they're strongly convicted toward, like entering on 60, you can still put yourself in like $600-$700 drawdown like pretty quick. So
Yeah,
like
quick.
I started trying to just enter on like 5 or 10 or 15 or like a little bit smaller, and then like let it kind of go against me, and then just add the second it gets back to my entry. Like
he says only
to play
60
it like a
micros on the evals. Correct. Okay, good. Yeah. But yeah, Cole, I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was reading aloud.
No, you good?
Yeah. Dev mentioned you. He said that he's only doing 60 micros on the evals. He said he's not doing it in the pundits.
Man, hey, let him hang. That's what you mean, bro.
Let him hang. Right. Shit.
Build that buffer, bro.
Right. 60 can kill you in the snap of a finger, boy. So fast, boy. Shit. You get one of these small candles against you on the 60, you're done.
You gotta snipe that entry,
You gotta
bro.
snipe that 60. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're about to squeeze this to go higher. Timestamp 11:59. These people have been going sideways since 10:30. We've been goofing around over here in this zone since 10:30. We've done nothing. God knows where they want to go. It's best to be on alert. They're confusing people here.
They're definitely getting me off sides a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very confusing. They turn this 1150 macro
making me
bearish.
work on my entries here for when I think they're going to go to my targets. I still think they're going to go for that lower target. I'm just saying.
Somehow, some way.
It's just a matter of when are they going to do it.
Absolutely, yeah. Somehow, some way I can see that. I can very well see that. I think they're getting ready to squeeze in and target them double tops. That's why I was getting ready to long this shit.
SPX leaving one now.
Man, this is bullish. I think they're about to squeeze this to go higher. I think that they want those double tops on that damn spot. That's what I think in my brain. That's what my brain right now is telling me. My brain is telling me that these people want those double tops on that damn spot. And they want to flash this VWAP. My brain is telling me that they somehow want to come here to this zone. Somehow, some way, I think they're going to devise a method to come into the zone. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me this ES wants to come here. I mean, that this SPY wants to come into the zone. That's what it's telling me right now. But I'm just being very selective because I am already technically speaking at my profit target for the day. My brain is telling me that they're trying to come over there to that zone. That's
Yo,
what
E,
they're
can
telling
you
me.
peep this gap on the SPX real quick?
SPX has just left 2, and it's tapping into a 1-minute SIBI right now.
So chances are they shooting it.
Those are small, but this one over here is a little bit larger. But those are small. Brother, but I ultimately think that this right here is where they're trying to come to, bro. I'm being dead serious. If they didn't want to pop this high, I would not get in front of this right now. I would not jump in front of this train with that size of volume balance. Maybe something a little bit larger, like, you know what I'm saying, like the ones we had down here before, maybe. But I wouldn't put my hopes and dreams on that. Not right now. Not right now. Not right now.
I'm already in it right now.
Do not. Oh, you in it right now? You shorting at the 1150 macro, brother?
I am, bro. We're gonna test it on this eval.
We're gonna test it. We're gonna see. Honestly speaking, I hope it works out for you. I'm being serious. But I can see them coming here to the zone. This right here is where my brain is telling me they're trying to come to. I think they want to pop those double top highs. And I think that you are correct, but I think that ultimately speaking, that your strategy is getting in the way of where they're trying to come to go fill orders. That's what I think right now. I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah, I wouldn't even listen to Tom. I am in on small like micros, and it is eval.
Good.
So
You done? I better come back to you back in the red. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully I'm not back in the red. Hopefully. Like another 50, 60 more bucks. Look at this. They want to squeeze this. Look at how bullish this is. This is bullish off the chain. They want to come there to that zone. This is bullish. These people are not playing. They want to liquidation squeeze this. This ES wants to pop this high here. This SPY wants to pop this high here like I've been telling you. That's what my brain was telling me this whole time. I thought this move here was fake and they're about to pop this high. You see that? You see how they're going where my brain is thinking that they're getting ready to go? You see that? They're about to pop this double top high. You see that? You see that? Look at that. Eclipse. You see that? You hear them alerts going on? You see that? That's what my brain was telling me. Power at 1150 macro on a pullback. Long it with a clear target in mind. That's how you trade 1150 macro. You need to have a clear drawn liquidity, and like you need to be looking for a reason to get into a long. You need to be on alert. Okay? So they just took out that liquidity target just now. You need to be on alert. They took it to the zone that I was talking about. They're going where I'm thinking that they're going. Hell. I was getting ready to long that. Should've, could've, would've. Bullish. Entry too early, Kalia says. What you mean? Now we gotta bust that trend. They goofing around with this. We need to watch this for sure. If they touch this, then they're gonna turn this price action bearish. They didn't touch it. That's why they didn't touch this trend line here. They need to touch it to the exact tick. Stop doing shit like this. Do not do no shit like this. That's not it. That second touch needs to be perfect to the exact tick. And then the third touch needs to happen and it needs to respect it. That's how you draw the trend line. You don't draw the trend line by seeing it and then you're going like this and going, well, the 3 touches. No. It needs to be like this. This algorithm is perfect and precise. Everything it does is calculated. Everything it does is calculated. It's confusing you. You need to learn how to read it. This was not a mistake. The high of this candle being the highest SPY being 733.95 on this run, and then I'm dumping it, and then I'm shooting up over here in the zone, and the high of this same candle right over here being 733.95, and it being a perfect double top like this was not a coincidence. They did that on purpose. That's a perfect to the exact tick double top. That's how I knew they were going to come here. Stop thinking everything is a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. They're doing it on purpose. It's respecting the trend lines on purpose because it knows that that's what the book is telling it to do. It knows that that's what your book is telling you to trade off of. So why would they program something to then make everybody millionaires? Stop and just think about that. Use your effing brain. If you could just pick up a trading book and then long enough support and resistance or trend lines, everybody would be millionaires. Nobody would work. Everybody would just be driving around in Lamborghinis and Ferraris and living in multi-million-dollar homes. 10-year-olds would be doing it. Hell, because they can draw a trend line and just not think. If everybody could just copy somebody's trades and not know how to read this market, there would only be one person that would know how to trade. Because then everybody would just sign up for a subscription service and everybody would be multi-millionaires. Because you wouldn't have to use your brain. Stop and just think. There's a reason why something is the way it is. It's not a coincidence. Lock in. Be on alert. Look at them. They want to dump it if they took out that high. Be on alert. You need to be watching this trend line because if they touch this, then I'm going to think they can ready to flip this price action bearish and they're getting ready to dump this. Timestamp 1207, 1208 lunch sweep. But they pulled it back into this busy, so 1208 lunch sweep is effectively essentially ended. They need to be doing the 1208 lunch sweep and like squeezing it higher. Then you use it in order to target imbalances lower or lower draws on liquidity lower. You don't short the 1208 lunch sweep at the LOD. You don't do that. You'll get roasted. What platform you trade on? TradingView. My funded accounts. 267. Almost $300 on the Bullinox.
Give me my short, E. My 1150 short. Give me. Took a minute, though. Technically, that was away from 1150.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to reduce the risk on my Bullinox accounts. I'm going to shut off the Bullinox accounts right now. I'm at 250 for the day. I'm at, I wonder if I should goof around with the Bullinox accounts. 1,200. How much do I need to make for a payout? Another $2,400. It's another 10 more days at that price, at that rate. What broker? Ninja Trader. Prop firms. Prop firms are Bullinox and Apex. They're goofing around right now with this trend line, and they're doing some weird-ass harmonious pattern here. They just reset this market by taking on that double top, and so like if you didn't trade that to then target that double top and be out over at this top, you got roasted. Once they take out a liquidity target, you need to be out of the trade. Like once you identify something, you need to be out of the trade. Stop holding on indefinitely into oblivion, because the market will come back and it will hurt you. And even if it didn't hurt you, you didn't TP out over here at the top. So you know what that means? If you're on a trailing drawdown and if you was up $500 on that long, and then they pulled it back and you made $250, your account is $250 higher, but you're $250 closer to blowing the account on your next trade. Why? Because trailing drawdown. Be on alert. Creeping towards that trend again, correct. If they touch the trend line, I'm going to start looking for a short. That's what I'm waiting on. I want to see them touch the trend line. That's what I want to see. I'm trading up this market structure. I'm looking at clear liquidity targets, and I'm trying to take trades that are screaming at me to take based off of market structure. If you try to see me take a trade without market structure, don't take that trade, because it's probably not going to be a good one. They're coming in contact with this trend line. They're about to tap this for the third time. You know what that means. They're goofing around with this here. These people are goofing around. All they want to do is pop that high there. This is bearish. This is not good. I don't believe them. I don't believe they want to go higher. I think they want to go to Chris's model. That's what I think.
I never like to say I told you so, but
I think they want to go to Chris's model. I think they want to dump this. And I think they're going to use this trend line to potentially do that and then come over into the zone.
Guess who's already re-entered into their short?
Hell yeah. Watch out. Be on alert. You need to be on alert. This is what you need to be on alert for. 1, 2, they didn't touch it yet. But if they touch, I believe 3, 4, I count out the door. This is what you need to be on alert for now. You need to be on alert for that now. You need to watch that. They're goofing around now with this trend line. You've been warned. They didn't touch that trend line just yet. I want to see them touch it to the exact tick. It knows. Trust me, it knows. It knows. It knows that if it touches this, that people are going to try and long this because they're getting ready to. Why? Because people are getting ready to try and target London or Asia highs or whatever the hell it is. It knows. Trust me. It's not going to forget. Trust me, it's not going to forget. You'll forget, but it's not going to forget. This is the smartest of this. What you're looking at right now is the greatest money-making machine in the history of money-making. There's nothing greater than this right now. What you're witnessing right now, there's nothing greater than this. What's going on with this damn thing? You want to know why there's nothing greater than this? Because they make money when the market goes up and when it goes down, and they make money when it goes sideways. So like if they go sideways, then the people in 0 to T options, they get roasted because they have to close their positions. They get paid off the spread. So the only thing that they have to do is that they have to manufacture an event. Look, they just tapped that trend line for a third time. This is bearish. They just have to manufacture an event to get you in or out of the market. So like if they pump it up, then they'll get you to long it up at the top and then they'll dump it. So then they'll get you out. And then they'll make money off the spread. They don't care if you buy or you sell. And they don't care how much money you make. They only care how many times you enter in and out of this market and how many people they can get to enter in and out of the market or get in and out of the market. That's the only thing they care about. This is the greatest money-making machine that you have ever witnessed. There's nothing greater than this. And these people hit the jackpot whenever they came across Trump. That comment on options makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because it's the truth. And so people don't realize that. I didn't understand that logic until I opened up my own firm. I didn't understand that because I didn't understand. Like I'm serious. Like until like I actually started to like understand in like market dynamics. Like on a serious note, I didn't understand that. I'm trying to tell you, they don't care if it goes up or down. They don't care. They only care. Hey, how many people can we get in this market? Yeah, yep. They're about to snap this trend line. Don't long this. How many people can we get in and out of this market? How can we get the most amount of people in and out of this market? How? And they hit the jackpot when they came across Trump. Because they'll just use almost anything that he says in order to just manufacture random events. They were going to do it anyway, but they just do it faster and in a more destructive manner. And because he's blamed for almost every single thing that happens in this reality, people just write it off. So like if you blew your account and if you said, bro, I was shorting this because Trump said this. And if you went crying to your wife or to your husband or whoever it was or whatever situation you got going on, or to your mom or to your dad, and you were like, Dad, I just lost everything. I just lost $20,000 in cash because I shorted it. And then Trump talked about the peace deal on this candle here. Not that one. What's today? Tuesday? No, not that one. Where is it at? It was Monday. Here on this candle, Trump said we're delaying the attack on Iran. We're not going to attack Iran tomorrow. He tweeted that out. And the market shot up almost 1,000 ticks in 90 seconds. So like if you were shorting over here in this hole like this and you blew your account in 90 seconds and we were on live stream, we called this out and I said, do nothing. And I alerted everybody to this. So like if you shorted this over here, or like if you thought that this was bullish because the attack was called off, so you longed it over on this candle and they pulled it back like this, and I was buying over here at this bottom, and I said it, and I said, someone was like, bro, why are you longing this? And I was like, based off a market field, then they get ready to squeeze this, and then they did this. So, oh my God, I did that. And like, it's like if you blew your account goofing around with this, like can you imagine like if you just walked up, like what would 90% of the people say? Like if you just walked in and was like, yeah, I did that, and the reason why that happened was because of Trump. If people dislike them, they're going to go, I knew it. I knew it. He's always saying some wild stuff. That makes sense. You're absolved. And like, you won't even place the blame on anybody else. Like, nobody will ask questions. Nobody will be like, well, were you adhering to the dangers? Or maybe it might be you. Maybe you were in that trade a little bit too long. Maybe you were goofing around. Do you have a mentor? What were you trading? How were you managing your risk? Were you oversized? No one would ask any questions, and neither will you. So they'll just steal your money and just run away. Or just get you to stop out and fill your orders because they don't care about if you make money or not. And then like if people like Trump, then they'll just ignore it as well. So like if they like him, they'll be like, well, you shouldn't have been goofing around with that market. So like they won't even listen to you. That's why you need to stop trying to convince people about political beliefs, because people are going to believe whatever the hell it is that they want to believe. So that's a lesson for within itself. Remember what I said about 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe, 3, 4, count out the door. You need not belong in this. I think this is fake. I'm being so serious. I think this is fake. I'm being dead serious. Somehow, some way, I think this is fake, and I think they're about to snap this trend line and then come lower. That's what my brain is telling me. I'm just cautious about shorting it over here at the LOD. That's what I'm cautious about. Remember what I said, 1, 2, I believe, 3, 4, and a count out the door. Remember what I said about that little children's example. You need to be on alert. You need to be on hyper alert now. That's what you need to be. Mm-hmm. You need to be on alert. Shorting over here in this hole is a little bit dangerous. So I'm on alert for that. This thing has to be screaming my damn name. I need to have a clear liquidity target in mind. I'm not going to short this right now, this second. MU from 650 just popped up to over 700. Dear goodness gracious, it's like a 10% pop. I shorted New York Open, blue account instantly. Why'd you do that? That's gambling. That's YOLO and Bino. Why would you do that? Why would you short New York Open the moment that happens? Why would you do that for? What would possess you to do that? Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. I seriously want the answer to that question. You need to be waiting at least 10 minutes for the market to balance out in this environment. We're living in a geopolitical war tension environment. You have no idea how this computer's going to balance the news that happened while the market was closed. Well, I mean, the futures were open, but still though, like New York Open, because most people aren't trading futures. Most people only see this. So like most people see, oh, well, market down a little bit, let me buy. Because we've been going up higher, and then they get rinsed on this move here. So
All
like
right, I've given up my profits for the day. I'm down 300 on the day, so I'm done playing with these people. I'm calling that as an L for the day, and I'm leaving this market.
Yeah, man, today's tough. Tough day.
I mean, I should have known better. I should have taken when I was in that good trade off of my bread and butter from that 1 hour tap earlier. But
so
once
lesson needs to be
again,
learned.
targets too high. Should have gone much smaller.
Correct.
Could have taken like a $1,500 trade into fruition, but I thought I was going to go higher. Thought I was going to go off my 1 hour, and it just didn't have the legs. So
at least you're stopping. 2
of my accounts. Sorry.
At least you're stopping, but I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm just analyzing what you're saying, sir.
Yeah. So on across multiple accounts, I have a couple of safety plays in measure. I have 2 running accounts that I go for my long trades and everything in between, but underneath them, I've got risk parameters that lock out the account once I hit like $500, $600, $700, and $800 across about 10 accounts. So I am up 500 or 600 on the day for 2 of my accounts. So I'll grade today as like a D+ as far as my everything goes, because I'm down the 400 to 500 on the others, but at least I'm up 6 on 2. And tomorrow I'll just come back. I'll aim smaller, take the same trades that I like, but just maybe instead of going for the 1,500 tick moves, I'll just go for a 400, 500, 600 tick.
I think that's a smart move in this environment. I agree 100%. I think that's an excellent choice in this environment. Great analysis, and Chris, as always, we appreciate your transparency across the board. And we appreciate your honesty, because that helps a lot more students than you could ever even imagine. That also helps me as well. So because transparency is so key in understanding how profitable traders move and their psychology. So we appreciate you, brother. We want you to have a great rest of your day, and then hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, sir.
Definitely will see me tomorrow. Everyone have a great day. If you're up on the day, learn from my lessons.
Yes,
Just
call
leave.
it a day.
This market is being a annoying
Yes, it is.
bitch.
It's confusing.
All right,
seriously
y'all have a
is.
great one. I will say my last piece in closing is I think this it's so crazy because if you look over at ES, that 5 minute, that small little 5 minute I brought up earlier, that thing is holding up or is holding down all of ES. So once we like close above that, fair game for everyone. Take that, take that little bit for what it's worth.
I agree with
and,
that.
Hope y'all are agreeing and see y'all tomorrow. Okay.
All right, Chris. Catch you later, brother.
See you guys.
Push into that VWAP.
What up, E?
What's up, Fire?
How you been, man?
Man, I'm hanging in there, brother. Happy to be alive.
How's everyone doing?
You said what?
How is everyone doing today?
Man,
What's up, Fire?
Everyone's doing okay,
What
sir.
up, Jimmy?
They about to squeeze this short inside this hole.
Yo, E, I know you've been on the charts long enough, right? You swing trade, right? Like, do you use Renko for your swing trade or no?
No, I did not. I use long-term liquidity targets and based off of the stock that I'm buying, whether or not that it's a good deal over the course of the next 3 to 6 months and whether or not it's undervalued. And the reason on as to why it's at a deep discount. And then I'm willing to hold on the trades for 3 to 6 months to make 15%, 15 to 20% off of the moves. And I'm long only on swing trades.
Okay.
The reason why I haven't really sent any long swing plays inside the stock swing channel from inside here, from inside the Discord for everybody, is because, or anybody that's new, is because the market's been at all-time high for the last month and a half, 2 months. It's literally just been squeezing a straight line for 2 months. So like, I'm not going to tell you to buy Microsoft, even though Microsoft is still close to where it was somewhat close, like 10% away, when the market's at all-time high. Because if the market starts displacing from all-time high, then Microsoft is going to not be performing as well. So like, I need the market to not be at the all-time high and for it to be at a discount. That's what I need. You need to be on alert. They just tapped that trend line for a third time, and they're sitting there goofing around, effing around.
Because I started using the Renko, right? But I'm using the Renko on the 3 hour, the 1 hour, and the 30 minutes.
Yo.
And I'm using it to trade the market open with it.
Hold on real quick, guys. I'm going to go on mute real quick. Hold on.
Yo, CME, how the trade looking today, bro? Phantom, you here, bro?
Yeah, I'm I'm up. But I'm just taking small base hits. Taking my time.
How you using them fibs?
Using what?
You try using the fibs?
Nah, I'm not that advanced yet. I'm trying. I mean, I looked at it, but I got distracted with work and all that stuff. So no, I haven't had a chance yet.
I'm gonna try see if I'm gonna be on for 9:30 open tomorrow. Bro, every day I've been pinpointing the market open.
Did you see that 4 o'clock? That 4 o'clock today, 4 a.m.
Hell yeah, bro.
Were you in it? Were you in it?
I was in it before it even happened because I was using the 3 hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bro.
Man, that was crazy. I'm like, man, I wonder if fire's in this
Of
trade.
course,
Like,
I'm in that shit. I
that's
was in
crazy,
that
man. I could not believe it,
shit, bro.
bro.
That's the 3 hour I use, bro. I use the 3 hour, right? Like I go by the by candle by candle. So like say 1 3 hour is bullish, I go to the next 3 hour. I wait for the next 3 hour that's gonna be barn, and I don't take the trade until the wick is finished on the 3 hour. And even if you use the 10 minutes does the same thing, bro. Exactly as the 3 hour. The only thing the 10 minutes if you know about CRT candle CRT you could basically trade those ranges. So like this move that went up, like you could like with candle, basically the 10 minutes. If you look at the 10 minutes on this chart right now, you'll see how the move is. Just take a look at it. You'll see what I mean.
I'm telling you, if you're not trading the gaps, you don't have to trade the
On
gaps.
the first candle.
Oh, if you look at the 10 minutes, right? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you at one time how you look at the 10 minutes. Basically, if you look from 1050, right? From 1050 and on the 10 minutes, look at all the bodies of the candle. Look at where the low was. All the bodies of the candle before it made the push up, all of them close at the same exact low. Do you see that, CME?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it.
So basically, as the body close, trace it on your own. Look at each body of the candle, right? So when I take the trade on the 10 minutes, I would hop in that trade, and my stop loss would be at the wick of that 10 minutes, and my TP would be like I'll have a big ass TP, but anyways, you just freaking like basically
That's what I'm
you
about to
move
say,
your
man.
stop
That's a
loss
big
by each
TP, boy.
candle. Yeah, you move your you move your stop loss by each TP, each candle body. So as the candle is going up, you're basically bringing the stop loss to the candle body at the top. You wait for the next candle to be barn. You all the red candle that's there is just pullbacks, and you could see it clearly. It's just pullbacks. It just pull back halfway, goes up. Pull back halfway, goes up.
Yeah, I see that. I see it. I'm gonna have to trade that.
Damn, Coach, you killing it over here, bro.
Yeah, Cole doing it. He doing it.
It's the gaps, bro.
Oh, you with the gaps? Nice. Bro, I just been trading the candle ranges, and I'm trading the 10-minute range. Like if it goes up, I just trace it by the body, and that shit been working for me.
So you using how many macros you using?
I'm using 5.
Kalia was correct about them flashing that VWAP. She told me to wait, so I waited. No, sir. I agree. I mean, 6K with AI first week of trading. MNQ, no experience. Okay. What you want? Congratulations. I'm not going to hate on you, but congratulations, Master Chef. Congratulations. You're a Master Chef. I'm going to ask you this question. Well, you said Master. Well, you say Master Chef, so I'm assuming you may be a chef. Or Master Chief, rather. I thought it said chef. I'm sorry, I was reading quickly. Never mind. I'm going to leave it alone.
Yo, Colt, you had
Chef.
copied that trade, bro. That would have been 55K right now, bro. Why you didn't copy?
Because I saw it's heavy, and if I'm gonna blow an account, I'd rather it just be like 1 right now.
You would have killed it this week, bro.
Vince me,
We're gonna get there.
mentor.
Eventually, we're gonna get there.
Up $11,500 to that Discord student is.
You still dropping 40 micros on that shit?
Yes, sir.
Of course you are.
Good job, Colt. I'm gonna send a Vince McMahon up the Colt. He's done for the day. Good job. Only demo trade and paper trade. I send a Vince McMahon up to the student. Excuse me. I gotta send it out. Stop him. He's done. $11,500 today. Good job, sir. VWAP squeeze. That is correct. Good trade, Khalil. $11,500 in a couple hours. Grant says. Right. Right. I'm trying to tell you. 0 copy trades. 0 copy trades? You weren't copy trading those? Oh my gosh. You're a menace. Wow. It's impressive. Bro said 0 copy trade. Yeah, no, that's what I said. I started laughing. I was like, well, that's crazy.
Yo, Colt, you should definitely
You
try.
really him
try
for real.
and
You him, brother.
copyright them
Look at that
shits,
squeeze.
bro.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stack some evals. I will.
I
On
love
this,
you, my
this,
brother.
This set of evals that I've kind of like built, I definitely will for sure.
Look at that liquidation
Gee,
squeeze.
shit, you're gonna kill it, bro.
Look at that liquidation squeeze. What is that? Man, I'm trying to tell you, everybody needs to be paying attention to what happens whenever we sweep those zones. You remember that? I'm trying to tell you, they completed that zone, man. They bouncing this market. I seriously think that tomorrow's going to be green. Watch them bounce this shit now. Tomorrow's going to be green, watch. And then they're going to go right back to their scheduled programming. They just swept an external look. You see this? Does anybody remember what we said yesterday with Dean and them? Anybody remember? I said that like once they sweep this, and then maybe this at the absolute most, they about to bounce this market. This market is bullish now. Shorts are no longer allowed. Do not short this market.
They about to go back all-time highs on that bounce.
Hold on real quick.
Crude oil might dump
Hold on real
because
quick.
Trump's saying we come to a deal.
What did I say about when we got above that 5 minute on ES? What did I say?
You better put that shit in the spot to where
You said it, Chris. You said it.
Look at that market liquidation squeeze.
I had 2 targets on for today, either the lower one or that higher one once we broke out of it, and I am so pissed that I locked out my accounts. Because you know we're gonna go right up into that 15-minute, do at least that liquidity sweep of the 29.02750 at the bare minimum from this leg up. Tap into that 15. Trade would have been full TP.
Liquidation squeeze. Yeah, look at that.
Fuck.
Yeah, I agree. Look at the only real pullback on SPX in this whole bounce and tell me what you see. How you can plan interest. The only real pullback inside this zone. What on the SPX? What you talking about? You talking about imbalances here? Is that what you're trying to hint at? What? Oh yeah, what? Maybe here? Yeah, I see it. So yeah, here. So like they squeeze it up and then like obviously like if you had like a clear drawn liquidity in mind, whenever they pulled it back or whatever, and like they stopped it and they pulled it back and they closed like this, you would have longed it over here the moment that this candle closed in order to try and target this higher drawn liquidity. Is that what you're talking about? I can see that. That's the only thing I can see, but again, that's a small volume balance. But like if you're trying to be peculiar about your entries and if you're trying to, and like if you know for a fact they're going to go higher and you don't mind buying it here on this, then yes. But that is a smaller size volume balance. That's one that's smaller, but yes, I can see it. Like if you zoom in like this, then yes, you can see it. It's right here. And on top of that's a wickless candle. Now that's just a 15-point volume balance on the SPX, which is a little bit smaller, but yes, I can see it. Absolutely. Just look at them liquidation squeezes up here into the zone past these highs like this. Timestamp 1236.
Yeah, I just think like after the initial like 12-18 candle, they kind of started. I guess the breakout really kind of started like 12-15, and then it kind of pulled back a little, like a tiny little pullback, and then like that 12-18 candle kind of like it's like it looks like we're going for the highs. Like even though you might have missed that, like that little pullback to come fill that gap and tap into the 5-minute and 1-minute cluster, like gave you another opportunity to take that long and get a piece of all this. That's why I keep saying this stuff about gaps. Like you don't have to trade them, but you can trade off of them.
Correct, 100%. That's what I do. I use them to help better guide my trades and my entries and my exits for sure, and then to help sharpen my risk management for sure. This is bullish. This is now bearish. This market's trying to bounce. They're trying to send this SPY over here to 736. That's what's next on their list. This is bullish, not bearish. I think that every pullback is going to be used as fuel to go higher. I would not short this. They're going to send that SPY to there, and then they're going to send NQ to 29027. That's where they're about to come to next. That's what's next on their list. Bullish, not bearish. Look at that squeeze. Intel core went from being down 3.5% to being green 2%. The Intel is bouncing. Intel is bouncing. I think that they're about to bounce this market. That's what my brain is telling me right now. I think they want to come here. This is bullish. Very bullish. What's that? Thanks, Ted, for the rose. Thank you, sir.
Hey, E, did New York sweep London highs? They already took London highs, right?
No. It did not. Not on ES.
So that's potentially their next target.
Not on NQ either. No. London high is all the way up here at 29,126. They got to
Pretty
get to
much.
29067 first. They got to come here first. If they come here, then yes, that's next on their list. They got to come here and then here. That's what's and then maybe here. They got they got 2 other liquidity targets before they even consider getting there. This is bullish. They swept that external, and this market is bouncing off this chain. We might go back to all-time high in like the next 4 or 5 days again.
Boy, I was about to say, if they do all
This is
this dumping to kind of make it somewhat normal again, and we go right back to all-time highs,
They're gonna do that,
livid, bro.
This wasn't nothing but a pullback. They just wanted to sweep that non-farm payroll low. And they just wanted to fill that gap, and they just want to sweep that external. Once they swept that external, this market right now is reverting back to multi-day buy-side delivery program model. As you can tell, since they've done that, it's doing the same thing it's been doing like for like the last 3 or 4 days. Look, it's just relentless buying with relentless buying. Where like now every red candle's being met with green. That's why I said like when we swept that, this market is now bullish. The moment that this happened down in here, like you need to have been buying this shit. Like I'm being like that, serious. Like if you want the options chain, like you need to buy. Like when we swept that, you need to have bought a call 3 or 4 days up. You just need to blindly hold it. You be up, you be green. They're still going to bounce this. Like tomorrow, we'll wake up and the market will be up 1% tomorrow. This is bullish. This is not bearish anymore. This market's been bullish this entire time. They just wanted to pull this back and they just want to sweep this external right over here. You see this? This is all that they wanted to do. They pulled this market back like this just to sweep this. It just works on a larger time frame. So once they swept this, now they're getting ready to do this again. Just look at this trend. Look at this trend. Look. This right over here was the pullback everybody's been waiting for. Look, quote unquote, everybody. So while everybody else is sitting here thinking that we're getting ready to finally start dumping, hell no. This was just the first decent pullback that we had. This was them doing this, just on a larger scale. Look, they went up in a straight line like this nonstop, and they just pulled it back like this. Look, and we pulled back, and we swept this external right over here, and now they're getting ready to do this. They're going to keep doing this into oblivion now. There's nothing to stop them. This is bullish. You should not short this. You'll blow your account. As in your real cash account. You'll blow it. Don't do that. Shorts are no longer allowed. This is bullish. Every dip is going to be used for fuel to go higher now. They're about to come here to the zone. That's what they're about to do. They're not in the mood to play around. They want to know if you can read this market. Trendline traders rejoicing. Yeah, I know. They've snapped every single trend line so far today. One of them has to be correct. But like I said, I'm not going to short this inside the hole after liquidity sweep. So rules need to be in place when you're trading trend lines. Just because you see it, there needs to be something that you're gauging out off of. Like, if we dump this, then where can we reasonably go? Well, we just swept an external, so maybe I should exercise caution on shorts here. I need to be on alert. Like, you need to know. You need to be in and out. Look at this liquidation squeeze in a straight line from that trend line tab. Look at that. That's 800 ticks in a straight line. You blow your account. They have to make the trend line believable. So like 10% of the time, it will work. Because if they did something 100% of the time, nobody would do it. Like, the book wouldn't exist because the book would be like, don't do this. Look at them liquidation squeeze. They're getting ready to come into the zone. There's nothing to stop these people. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. As you can tell, it's the same market as it was like 3 days ago. Like we were just liquidation squeeze in a straight line. Look, with no pullback. Look, they flipped this market bullish. This is not bearish.
Damn, them trend traders eating right now. Until
10% of the time. 10% of the time. But they've snapped every single one before this. Look, every single trend line, every single trend line that they've touched 3 times and that they've reacted to on the 3rd time, they've snapped. Including this one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, count the door. That one. They did this one over here. That was 1. This one right over here. 1, 2, 3, snap trend line. That's 2. Another one over here.
They're gonna snap this one. That's
1,
gonna be a
2,
big
3. They
jump.
snapped that. That's 3. I would draw this, but they barely snapped this one. Like that's not like a base hit. But I mean, like that could be 4. Every single one they've snapped today, including this one over here to the upside. They've snapped. So this is the only one where like they've tapped it and like they've actually just liquidation squeezed it. They need to make you believe. They're going to make you believe it's the truth. Look at them liquidation
If they
squeezes
stay
in the straight.
this
Look at
move
this
for
market.
the 130 though, the 130 where they usually like flip.
Look at this liquidation squeeze, man. There's nothing to stop these people. And they're not engineering liquidity on their way up, so you can trade this effectively. In order for you to trade this effectively based off of market structure, like they need to do something like this. If you want to short this, so you can short it here and then target something like here or here. If they just do this in a straight line nonstop like this, then like you're trying to catch like an upward shooting knife, because you don't have any targets in mind to the downside. So you're shorting it, hoping that we just go lower. But if you do that, then you need to be out in less than 40 to 50 ticks. Otherwise, you're going to get blasted. Understand that. You need to be trading this market structure and what they're showing. They're not showing you anything. They're just going up in a straight line. This is a dangerous environment to be trading, clearly. I think they're going to pop that high. That's what I think they're going to do. And I don't think there's nothing going to stop them. But I'm not going to long a straight pull or a straight shot, 900 of 1,000 ticks in a straight line. I'm not going to long that. There's no way in hell I'm going to do that. That doesn't make any sense to me in my brain. I'll wait for a pullback. Or I'll wait for them to keep squeezing it in a straight line, and then once it gets ridiculous, then I'll consider longer. Then I'll consider shorting it. I'll consider it because they have to engineer liquidity sooner or later. It's like they have to pull this back, and then they have to engineer liquidity. But if they pull it back after liquidation squeezing it, then I'm not going to consider shorting it because I'm going to think about longing it. Because they have to do a lower high bounce if they really want to go lower, because they got to go higher before they can go lower. So that's how I'm playing this right now. If they stop and if they liquidation squeeze up here in a straight line, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait for a pullback, and then I'm going to consider longing it. If they stop this right now, and like if they dump this into 28,900, into that 1, 5, and 15-minute BISI cluster, and then they start curling it up again, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to long it. I'm not experiencing FOMO in the least way. 0 way am I experiencing FOMO right now. Because my strategy is not dependent on if they go up or down. I don't care what they do, just like how the market doesn't care. The market's just trying to go where it's trying to go fill orders, so I'm going to just do whatever the market's doing. I don't give a shit what they got going on. They just can't go up in a straight line and expect me to participate. Or they can't dump it, sweep an external, and expect me to hold on to a short there at the bottom. I'm not going to do that. Because I know what that means. Why? Because I'm paying attention to that pre-market trading plan. That pre-market trading plan says ultimate objective. And you see what they're doing now? Look.
Yo, E, I noticed something though from like all the stuff that I learned from you, right? Like with this market, whenever it's going to all-time high, like how it shot up, it basically gives you an order block, and every FVGs that it give on the retest, it basically respected it and it kept going up. Like if anyone traded FVGs.
Mm-hmm. You see this? I says, I ultimately think the main destination is non-farm payroll SPX gap fill at 737 as well. I said the main destination. Once they complete the main destination, guess what they're going to do? They're going to reverse, and they're going to come back to they're going to start a new journey. And that new journey, I need to be on side with that new journey. I said this 2 days ago. Over 2 days ago. You see this? You see what happened whenever we swept 737? Look. You see this? Look. The market never went lower. Look. You see that? Look. Look at this. Look. Look at this. Look. Imagine if you read this pre-market trading plan and you saw this shit. Look. 737 is right here. Look. I said it right here. 737 is right here. Look what happened. Once they completed this major objective, they were not trying to go lower. They were done. So I'm not going to go against what the hell I'm sending out inside this Discord. So I'm going to sit there and I'm going to wait. Look at that. Imagine if when they swept this, you weren't greedy and it wasn't 0 to T, but you bought a call like a week out. Hell, you'd be up 20% right now, living large. Imagine that. It was there, plain as day. I've been alerting you to it for multiple days. What, you don't know how to read? What you scared of? What, you trying to get AI to do it? Let me guess. You're not a millionaire and then you want to run a multi-million-dollar business by not thinking and using your brain. That's what you want to do, huh? You don't want to read or study. That's what you want to do, huh? Everybody want to be a millionaire, but don't nobody want to put in the work to make the millions. Everybody want to live large and be free like a millionaire, but nobody wants to think like a millionaire and do what's required. They're getting ready to come to the zone. I told you, don't short this. Everybody wants the rewards. Everybody wants the rewards. Mm-hmm. But nobody want to risk nothing. Nobody want to risk learning. Everybody wants something for nothing. That's what they want. They want to do what everybody else is doing, but then they don't want the result that everybody else get. It's true. That's just how life goes. Everybody wants the results that one-off people get and to live the life. But don't nobody want to do things that other people don't want to do. You want to know what other people don't want to do? Other people don't want to fucking swallow their pride and go, man, you know what? I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm not a millionaire. Let me learn from a millionaire. Or shit, if I can't afford one, then shit, let me try and figure out shit. Let me try and get in a circle of one. Let me try and figure out what the hell he's doing right and what the hell that dude's doing right. Shit, I might not agree with everything that he's saying or he or she is saying, but you know what? Shit, I might be able to pick up on a few things. I might be able to learn a few things and maybe do my own thing. No one ever does that. Everybody goes, yeah, being a multimillionaire is easy. I'll do it myself. I'll figure it out. Knowing damn well you ain't never did no shit like that. Most of you don't even know nobody like that that's doing it like that. Most of y'all don't even know. Most of you don't even got multimillionaires in your circle that operate efficiently. Look at that. They're getting ready to pop this high like I told you. Do not short this. Look at that. You see that? You see how they're going? Is that what I'm thinking? You see that now? Look at that liquidation squeeze. They want to know if you know how to read this market. That's what they want to know. They don't give a shit about technical analysis. They're going to go to exactly where they're trying to go for orders, and they want to pop this high, and what's next is this. Be on alert. You need to... Wake up. They're about to pop this high.
There we go.
Here we go. Wake up. Be on alert. They're about to pop this high. Don't do nothing contrary. When they pop this high, you need to be on alert. If you in that long, you need to be out of there. You need to be out like 90% of that trade because it is liquidation squeezing in a straight line. They're about to pull it back. Be on alert. They want to pop that high, and then they want to come over here to this ES high. This right over here is what's next on this ES here. Be on alert. Look at this reversal from this zone. May he help us. May he be my shepherd and my guiding light. Look at this liquidation, squeeze, and raid. Goodness, the NQ just popped it just now. Look at that NQ. Go to that zone. NQ just popped that zone just now. You need to be out of that trade.
You about to get a nice little pullback.
After ES probably popped this high.
Oh, ES didn't pop it?
No, not ES yet. They might liquidation squeeze it, but they tapping into this 1, this 5, and this 15-minute SIBI. I personally think ES is about to squeeze as past the zone, then they'll pull it back. Then they'll consider. I said consider. This is bullish off the chain. Why? Because like I said, I think SPY trying to come to this zone. I think SPY want to come to 736. They're not stopping. It's best we be on alert. Price actions. This is crazy. They want to squeeze it. They want to squeeze you out. Be on alert. That's what you need to be. Entering into a position right now is ill-advised. Don't be surprised if they come up there to that 15-minute CB. I remember the days when I would try and short moves like this. Hell no. Yeah, that's what most people do. Most people see a straight line and they go, well, short it, because the market got to go lower. Market don't got to pull back. It'll pull back after your account's gone. Then they'll do it. Only then they'll consider doing it. If you short this, the next liquidity target is over here at 29.67. This is what I'm on alert for. This is what I'm on alert for a pullback, for a potential pullback. Only after SPY pops this high here, because I think this is where they're trying to come to. Look at this volume balance over here on this goddamn SPY. Look at this. Close at 76. Low at 79. They're trying to take this SPY past this zone. I'm not even going to consider anything until they pop this high over here, because this is where they're trying to come to. If they pull this back, I'm going to be sad because they're going to target this. You need to watch this. You need to watch out now because they're trying to come here. This is only a 3. I'm not going to do nothing against that. That's just a 3. This is stronger. This is where they're trying to come to, which is the ultimate destination. Look at that liquidation squeeze to the high. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. High at 76.30. High at 76.30. Perfect double top. They're going to liquidation squeeze it still. That's a perfect double top. Don't short this still. They just pulled that shit back after that. You can clearly see what the major objective is because they're reacting to it. You see that? You see how they tapped it just now? This is a perfect double top to the exact tick on the SPY. They're going to liquidation squeeze it still past the zone. Don't short this. Timestamp, 12:57. Probably going to do it on an hourly open. Be on alert. Look at them pull it back. This is dangerous because they didn't pop this high over here and then they pulled it back. So it's confusing you. It's actually confusing me, and it's not making me enter into this short. But this is making me believe that they're still getting ready to reattack. They geared it up. They're goofing around. They're fucking around. They're not giving you a chance to participate safely, even if you know how to read the price action. Because there's no way in hell you short a double top. It was the same thing that I said over there at the bottom. There's no way in hell you short a double top. To the exact tick, there's no way in hell you do that. You just missed the trade. Because you know that 95% of the time they're going to do this. You need to be doing things that are highly statistical probable, that are probable statistically. Shorting a double top is ill-advised because then they'll just yeet it up here higher. So like if they pull us back, I'm going to be looking for every reason along. Be on alert. I don't trust this. They're gearing this up. Look at them. Timestamp, 12:59. Watch them do it for the hourly open. Watch them. Look at them. Look at them go towards it. Look at them. Be on alert. Watch out for this hourly open volatility. You need to be on alert. Watch them squeeze it. I lost 2.9K yesterday. I just got 3K, so I'm done for today. Good job, JC. Way to bounce back, sir. We need to be on alert with this high. Timestamp, 12:59. You need to be on alert for this hourly open volatility. More than likely that they do it at like 1 o'clock or 1:01. Be on alert. Do not short this. If you're going to short this, you need to at least wait until 1:02, 1:03 at a minimum. Because they're probably going to blast this at like 1 o'clock, 1:01. The hourly open volatility is probably going to green body shoot this past this perfect double top high. Do not short this still. I don't trust this. They got 10 seconds. Watch what happens in 10 seconds. Watch. Watch this precipitation past this zone in 10 seconds. Watch. 5. Well, TikTok is going to be 10 seconds from now. 3, 2, 1. Watch this. Watch them shoot this shit. Watch them shoot this shit within the next 1 to 2 minutes. Watch. Look. Look at them. Look at them. See? Look, watch them. Watch them. Watch them release it. 1, 5, and 1, 5, 1, 1 in a 5-minute busy form. We need to be on alert. Hell, they just inversed all of this. Look at how bullish this is. We need to be on alert. They just inversed all of this. May God help us. I think they're about to squeeze this past the zone. I do not think this is bearish. I'll dismiss the trade and I'll log off my damn computer if they don't take out that double top. I'll call it a day. That's what I'll do. I think they're going to squeeze it. That's what my brain tell me. I don't go against what my brain tell me. Unless I was possessed like a week ago. I shorted after external liquidity sweep. What was I thinking? I was possessed. It's okay. Everybody has off days. I was possessed that day. That's not normal. Didn't make that mistake today. Be on alert. They said after that trend line. I don't go down by no trend line. They're pulling this back. They're about to liquidation squeeze this timestamp 101. You need to watch this zone over here. Watch this opening hourly volatility timestamp 101. Watch out for 102. Watch out. They're gearing us up. Timestamp. I'm going to assume they're going to do this within the next 20 seconds. You need to be looking at this timestamp over here. Timestamp is 101.52. You need to watch out for this. Be on alert. If they go lower, then I think they're just going to come over here and fill this volume balance, and they're going to curl this shit up. That's what I think in my brain. I think that every single scenario revolves around them popping this high. Watch out. I don't believe any pullback until they pop this high. I don't believe it at all. I believe zero pullback. Until this gets taken out, I don't believe any pullback. Timestamp 102. They got until about 103 in order to pop this high. They're trying to reach for it right now. They got until 103 to pop this high. If they don't do this, they're like right around like 103, 104, then I'm going to assume they're going to target this and then pull us back and then come back for later in about 6 or 7 minutes. Be on alert. Do not short this. So help me look at that goddamn NQ go to a new high. We're up at the HOD, I'm assuming. No, we're not. We're close. They're about to liquidation squeeze it. Look at this ES gear. Look at this. I mean, not ES. Look at that SPY and that SPX gear up. SPY and SPX is gearing up, and they're about to squeeze it still. Do not short this. You do not enter into a short here. This is a perfect double top. It's like the third or fourth strongest drawn liquidity, other than a triple top to the exact tip, and other than maybe then quadruple top, other than a perfectly round whole number, which is the strongest drawn liquidity, because they don't like that. Anything perfect, they don't like. You see that? See that? You hear their alerts popping, pinging. You see that liquidation squeeze past the high? They use this hourly open volatility. They went sideways for 1 minute and then they squeezed it. They did nothing. They didn't even pull it back. The red candle just went sideways. The red candle stayed in this green candle at 1 o'clock and just went sideways, and their liquidation squeezed it past the high. See that? Bullish. Do not short. I told you. Be on alert.
Are they going to fill the Q's gap?
Wake up. Wake up. Hopefully you're not riding around the neighborhood and you're blaring me on the speakers. Your HOA might not like you, but this is bullish. Maybe they'll understand. Tell them you're listening to your mentor while you're riding. He said, going to fill the what gap? What gap? Oh. I'm talking about this right over here. Pop these highs. Shit, they ain't gonna stop there. They're gonna come into this high at 706. Be on alert. They want to bounce this. This is bullish, and they just swept that high just now. This is not bearish. By no means is this bearish. They're just engineering more liquidity as they go up higher. Look at this move. They're getting ready to come into the zone at 20.67 and then pop these highs. They about to eclipse the HOD. This is the power of an external liquidity sweep and maybe a first presented. Look at this. Can you imagine, like, if you just waited for an external liquidity sweep and a first presented, like, what would happen to you? Imagine, like, if you laundered up this first presented over here in the zone, and, like, imagine that, like where you would be. That was shit. That was one of the lessons that that was one of the classes that we talked about like 3 or 4 months ago. I'm sorry, like 2 or 3 months ago. It's one of the classes. External liquidity sweep and the first presented will change your. No, that will feed generations. A first presented after like a decent internal liquidity sweep, like on like a daily basis or like an every other day basis, will change your life. An external liquidity sweep and the first presented, busy with confirmation, will feed generations. There's nothing that you cannot do out there. Be on alert. They want a liquidation squeezes and they want to come past this high, it appears. They want to send this past this zone. This is bullish. Definitely going to go fill the Q's gap. I think that this gap is going to be filled, and when they fill this gap, then they're going to come here past this high. They're going to send this shit past 70. The HOD is 705. Yeah, here. They're going to pop this. They're going to pop, what's today, Tuesday? They're going to pop Monday's high over here before the close at 706. Bullish. Intel back to 111 incoming. Yeah, the Intel core is bouncing. It's up 2.5%. It was just down 3% today. It did like a 5 or 6% reversal. This is bullish off the chain. They're not going to stop. There's nothing to stop these people. What's to stop them in this reality? There's nothing to stop them. You do know that, right? I wait for them to pop this high, and I'll consider short. That's what I'll do. They're about the liquidation squeezes. You want to know why they get rid of squeezes? Because the high of this candle is 705. Why not liquidation squeezes and go past 705? Don't short this still. If you're in the long right now, you need to be starting to get out. This is getting too good now. You've been warned. They're going to start pulling us back, and they're going to start targeting these internals now. You've been warned now. You've been warned. They're hurting a lot of people now. They're starting to hurt a lot of people now. You've been warned now. They're goofing around with this high now. Be on alert. That's what you need to be. Look at this goddamn market. Jesus Christ, me help me. Look at this market. They, believe it or not, they've actually engineered some internals here. So we actually have some price action here. Here. So like if you short it, then you need to be out here. If that's what you're going to do. But I'm not going to jump from this moving train just yet. Not with the high of this candle being 704.98 and the high of this being 705 on this move. I think they want to liquidation squeeze the Qs past this high. And then if they do that, then they're going to come over here. Then they're going to trip this alert out over here past the zone. I don't think that they missed this because it's a coincidence. I think that they want to trip this, squeeze this, scare everybody out, and then they pull back. That's what I think in my brain. That's what my brain is telling me right now. I'm trying to tell you. Be on alert. Hold on, I'll be right back. Look at that bullish. Liquidation squeeze it past the highs. They're about to take the Qs green right now. This is bullish, do not short. This is what's next. They keep on going from liquidity target to liquidity target. This is bullish, do not short. The goings begin too good now. You've been warned. They just popped that high just now. They just liquidation squeeze it past this high, and they about to send this market back in a positive HVL on one day. From negative, from deep negative to positive. Look at this straight liquidation squeeze, boy. May God help us. May He help us, boy. Please pull the market back. People are screaming. What happened? We were oversold. They weren't paying attention to that external liquidity sweep. This is the power. What happened? We oversold. What happened? We overbought. Market's supposed to be bearish. Why market do this now? But my RSI say, the woman buying the leggings, I heard nothing. Man, that little piece of shit. Women are not buying the leggings. I'm down on a little swing page. But it's okay. I'll buy more a little bit later. They just popped that high. You need to be on alert. This is an insane liquidation squeeze. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is an insane liquidation squeeze, boy. I'm not gonna lie. This is impressive. I'm gonna short this on 3 contracts.
Order filled.
I'm gonna short this on 3 contracts, and I'm gonna target this low over here, and I'm gonna start scaling into this position. They just popped that high, and I'm gonna start to jump the gun on 3 contracts. It's just 3 right now. I'm gonna enter to the short position. I want to see them come over here to this 29.042. That's what I want to see. Short position I'm in. How many targets on this trade? 93 ticks to the downside, I take. Hopefully. We'll see. If they're ever so gracious. Target the next internal. From internal to internal. Hold on. Who the hell is that talking? Go, be quick, yeah. The safe thing to do right now, consider this trade as green right now, or consider this trade as break even, is to wait for first present if you don't trust this, okay? I'm jumping the gun right now, just so you're aware. Be on alert. Look at this ES's liquidation. Squeeze it. Non-stop. Break. Go be quick. Break even. Don't ruin winning day. They're not done, I fear. Me too. I fear so too. I want to target this internal. They could do this on 1 candle. Hold on. Get you to think it's going to reverse, then liquidation squeeze it. Yeah, but look what they've done so far. So far, after they swept that external. I want to watch this. My newswire just said the high ticker is fully gassed. The high ticker on the stocks. Stocks are squeezing past the highs. Be on alert. New 15-minute, correct. and it just closed up there at the high. I'm gonna wait. NVIDIA 224. NVIDIA is green. Yes. I'm gonna wait. They might turn this market green. They might target this gap. This might be what they're trying to target out of the zone. This is bullish. They're about to come up here and do this gap fill. I gotta cut this trade. I gotta watch this. They're about to do this goddamn gap fill in a straight line with no pullback. She ordered it? All right, my boy.
I'll tell my mom what to
All right, bet. Make sure you got everything. All right, my boy.
Just ask her first, number 4, right? To get to the bottom?
Yeah, P4. Yeah. Make sure you double that bag up and put all your stuff inside there. Yeah. Make sure you tie that bag up so nothing falls out. All right, my boy. Hold on, man. That was my brother. Sorry about that. Just a question. Why get everything back to the market? I just thought it was a high probability quick short scalp. That's it. No more, no less. I'm watching this for sure. This is what I thought. Just shorted. I don't think that's a bad idea, Jack. As of right now, for a quick short for a quick short scalp, maybe target the next internal. The next internal is 29.04.225, unless they target, unless they squeeze it and then engineer more internals. I shorted after an external, like I shorted after we popped this, expecting us to slightly pull back. That's why I shorted it. That was the logic and the reasoning behind that move. That's why I did that. But this SPX is trying to come up over here and fill this goddamn gap inside the zone. That's what SPX is trying to come back to. Timestamp 119. This is bullish off this chain. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for more liquidity to be engineered, and I'm going to structure this trade out. This is getting past my personal threshold. 29.0220. 29.020 target. Not bad. I think they're trying to pop this high over on this QQQ right over here. I think they want to pop this high. I'm going to watch this. Do you have a rule for stop loss, or if it's a mental stop? Yeah, I'm mostly using a mental stop loss. Like if I get down like 200, 250, 300 ticks or so, then I know, then I'm in automatic risk management mode. Like I'm no longer trying to make any money. You need to be on alert. They're goofing around with this high over here on this QQQ. Watch out. Every red candle become green. They're trying to pop this high on this QQQ. They want to send this SPX to this gap fill. That's what they're trying to do. Any higher, they're going to come up here to the zone. This SPX gap fill. That's what they're going to do. Look at this liquidation squeeze. Up and along, 2 MAQ. Good job. I'm looking for a reason to get out of this trade now. Timestamp 121. Straight goofing. Yeah, no, they want to liquidation squeeze it. They just popped that high just now. They want to come to this high next. This is actually very impressive. I'm being dead serious. This is very impressive, actually. SPX wants to do a full-blown gap fill and come here. In a straight line with no pullback. Really? I know. Gave it all back, Khalil. Hmm. 5 minute looks crazy. Market doesn't have to go lower. I'm gonna wait. $130 ticks to the downside. As if I short that there on 6, I can get out there for 130 ticks to the downside. I'm scheming on a way on how I can get out of this trade. To reevaluate.
Order filled.
I'm going to short this. I'm going to double the size on this in order to reevaluate. Potentially later, I got to watch this on a pullback. And I'm going to target this internal. I'm going to get out at break even on this trade here. I'm in risk management mode. I'm not trying to make any money on this trade anymore at this point in time.
I took a short of them now, 10 contracts.
Order filled. Order filled.
Got out. I'm no longer trying to make money on that trade. That was a $75 loss I took. Trade would have went to break even anyway if I would have held. Now I'm going to reevaluate again. $75 loss, risk management mode. I was no longer trying to make money. So I did take a loss in that trade. Honestly speaking, I could have got break even, but I got out.
Was you trying to take it long?
No. So I shorted over here, and then I doubled the size over here whenever we popped this external, which I should have waited for this external to be popped in order to short it instead of shorting it over here. Honestly speaking, if I would have held on to this trade, it would have been an insane banger, but I'm not going to do that. They're actually getting ready to target these zones right now that I'm going to look at. I do not think this market is bullish. I think they're just gearing up to reverse this. I can actually potentially still take the same exact trade and still make money off this. So I got to watch this. I'm going to wait for a first presenter, which is exactly what I should have been doing in the first place. So I got out of that trade at about like a $60 or $70 loss. I got to reevaluate now.
It'll come.
Thanks, fam. I wonder if I should take the same exact trades and still try and target this low over here that I took earlier. I wonder. What do you think, fam? Still short or no? What are your thoughts? Think I should test my luck again on the same exact trade that I took earlier?
I would wait a little bit.
Okay, thanks. Look at them creating multiple cities. Look at this. I agree. Look at how bullish this is. What are the chances that they come up here and they do this gap fill here today? What are the chances of this? Edit. Message. Gap fill. Gap fill. 5/19. What are the chances that they do that? Look at them take my trade straight to the goddamn TP.
Yeah.
My original trade that I took a $75 loss on. Horseshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I took a short up there too, but I didn't want to hold any longer, be greedy.
They just swept 29,100. What's the chance that they come up into this gap fill zone? Discord, I want to know, straight goofing. I'm not trying to be impressed yet. Short on pullback, no more than 2 micros. But thanks, Potato, for the heart me. Guys, I got a question. Discord and TikTok, do you think that shorting it is a play? If guys shorting it for 120 ticks to the downside, then target the next internal, say short. If you think that they're going to just liquidation squeeze this and then come up over here for this XPS gap fill, say long. I think they're going to fill that gap. Grass says.
Long.
Is it long? Oh, man.
That's long, yeah.
I think they're going to fill that gap. What's that long? Shit, this is bullish off this goddamn chain, boy. That right there was the pullback.
Yep.
This is bullish off this goddamn chain. They wanted to see if you had enough wherewithal to get out, but it's the skin of your goddamn teeth. That's what I think that they wanted to see. I'm being dead serious. I think this is bullish. That's why I got out of that. I personally think that they wanted to see if you had enough wherewithal to get out by the skin of your goddamn teeth. That's what I think. That's what I seriously think in my brain right now. And I think this is bullish. I do not think this is bearish. I think they better go fill this goddamn SPX gap. I took 6 micros into the cluster. I think that was a great trade. I'm not going to lie. I think this is bullish. That's exactly what I would have done. I would have launched this shit over into this cluster. If I just didn't get done getting rinsed by that short idea. I had to abandon that. What was I thinking? Shorting without a first presented. What was I thinking? Guessing again. Not taking trades based off of structure. It's hard to break the habits that have made me profitable for so long in this environment. Once we got into this environment, I got to trade based off of the structure, based off of what I'm seeing. I think they're about to come up here and fill this goddamn SPX gap. That's what I think they're about to do. And I think they're about to blow everybody's accounts because nobody had this on their bingo cards. Nobody had this market being down 1.5%, and then them sweeping out external, and then us bouncing another 1.6% to then fill this gap in one day in a straight line. All before 2 o'clock. Nobody had that. 10 micros on that gap fill. Yeah. I think they get everyone to buy them, then they're going to dump it on right on your head top, then squeeze the gap fill. That's what I think, too. I think they're about to come into that gap fill. I do not think they've come this far to only come this far. I'm being dead serious. They're going to have to prove to me they're going to dump this market. Like, they're going to have to prove that to me. I'm going to have to see. Because I just think that's what hurts the most amount of people in the zone. That's just what my brain is telling me. But then they could dump this, too. I don't know. This right over here is going to tell us key. This Sibi right over here. You need to watch this Sibi. You need to watch that. And this 15 minutes, that 1.5 and that 15-minute Sibi right here, we getting ready to F around and find out right now. That's what we about to do. Look at that Intel. Look at the Intel bounce. Be on alert. But how long will it be long? That's the million-dollar question. Correct. Watch, I'm about to predict this. Alan says. Man. Watch out. Alan says shorted. I think they do that gap fill on that damn SPX. That's what I think of my brain. That's what my brain is telling me right now. You need to be watching this Sibi. If they inverse this, I think they're going to do the gap fill. If not, then they're going to dump this shit into oblivion. You need to be watching this first presented Sibi right here. This is bullish until proven otherwise. We keep on rejecting this Sibi right over here. Something is amiss. I don't know what that means. Because they could flash that gap fill and then tease you out and then dump it. Why? Because they've been hanging this out up here so long that everybody's looking at that gap fill now too. So I don't know what they're getting ready to do for real. They could do anything right now. Hell. But why come this far to only come this far? Why not come here? Why not do 2 gap fills on the same day? Why come this far to only come this far is the real question we all need to be asking ourselves. Man, they about to dump this and then target this 15-minute BISI. That's what I think they about to do. I think they're about to dump this and then target that 15-minute BISI timestamp 130. I think they're about to pull this back. I'm changing my mind. Hold on. Alert. Watch out. I wonder if shortness is a good idea. This market is slowing itself down for some strange reason. I think they're about to attack sell side. Look at this ES gear up to pull it. ES is tapping into a 15-minute BISI for fuel to go higher now. This is dangerous now. Because ES could use this 15-minute BISI and launch off a launching pad. Be on alert. If you long this, you are cooked. if they start dumping this. So help me God, you won't be able to manage your risk. You are roasted. Like either you are right all the way and you take a little base hit, or you are roasted if they start pulling this back boy on this long. It is dangerous. Look at them use this 5 and this 15-minute BISI for fuel. 100 things. DM me the words God did for free signals. I'll also give you 5K. You better be careful, bro, because you're not the only mod in here, bro. Because they might not get that joke and they might ban you. Oh, scammer. D about to give me, yeah. D to get your ass. We need to be on alert. This NQ is bouncing. This shit is curling up, and this ES is trying to dump. Look at them going the opposite direction. Something is amiss. Man, they about to yeet this, man, and come up here to the zone, man. Look at them just go sideways. They about to liquidate, just squeeze this. What is the process and price to join? Well, if you have $11 per month, you can join the Knowledge Center. And then if you have an extra $29 per month, you can join the Discord, and you can be inside there, and you can bounce ideas off of us. Well, after you learn. Or you can pick up habits, ideas, and traits from other people that are very successful inside here. And we run free mentorship classes, on the weekends. They're like 2-hour-long classes. And I think that they help change people's lives. I think that they do. And help people turn the corner as far as profitability in the most efficient way possible. Not the fastest way, but in the most efficient way possible. That's how you join. So you can join right now, and you can be inside Discord in literally 90 seconds if you wanted to. That's the process. But you need to ask yourself, do you really want to take this seriously? And do you want to read? And do you want to study? Or are you willing to take learning seriously? Because this is not just a blind alert service. Because I actually day trade for a living based off of how I trade and my understanding. You might take the same trades I do. You might look at it like that, but your risk management might be different. You might be trading a different account. You might have an end-of-day drawing account. It might be different. I don't know. All of those different things. Look at this pattern here. I know why I just said oil's dropping. I think they're about to dump this. Look at this. Look at how SPX is looking right now. I personally think, bro, that they're about to attack this goddamn sell side. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me that they're about to attack sell side and they're about to come into this 15-minute bitch. That's what my brain's telling me right now. I'm being dead serious. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me that this SPX is about to dump. That doesn't seem like a good idea. SPX says, psych? Who the hell are you talking about? I'm trying to come into this gap field. Look at that. This is a sideways market. They're confusing me. Maybe I should do nothing. Short it, man. It's risk the inverse of SIBI. That candle right there look bullish. That aggression. This bad boy playing. Alert. It's a dope alert. Thanks, Alan. You missed it. Yeah, nah, I changed my mind. I'm updating what I'm seeing in real time based on how these candles is moving. Holy shit, look at that. What is that? They're goofing around. Naquisha angry, man. Yeah, Naquisha is angry. And Wisha is angry. They about to squeeze this past these highs. Did they come this far just to come this far? I think Grant might be right, man. I seriously think Grant and the gang might be right, and these people about to come into the zone. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me that they want to come over here and that they want to blow everybody's accounts and get everybody upset because Quisha, she's angry. But maybe we shouldn't say those things because it makes it seem derogatory. Maybe we shouldn't say those things. NQ. Jensen Huang is happy. Your God, your quant, is happy. He's the CEO of NVIDIA. Your quant. NVIDIA green, market green. Naquisha. No, Naquisha's not angry. She's actually happy right now. Market go higher. Green. NQ. And no, honestly speaking, we shouldn't change the name of the market to NQ Huang, because this market is the son of Jensen Huang. I like that better. NQ Huang. NQ Huang. Naquavius. What's the guy from 300? This is his name? Well, the main character. I think his name starts with a V too. Man, they about to dump this. NVIDIA Q. NVIDIAC. How do you say that? NVIDIAC. Yeah, I like that. NVIDIQ. NVIDIAC. Yeah, that's it. Anything, man, they're about to dump this and they're about to attack this goddamn sell side of the peers. They're gearing this up, and I think they want to attack this goddamn sell side. That's what my brain is telling me. I want to short this right now, but I'm looking at this SPX getting ready to curl up. And NVIDIA, NVIDIA, I like that. No, NVIDIA, no, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. NVIDIA, it has to have a Q in it. They're about to dump this and they're about to attack this sell side. This is bearish. I do not think this is bullish. I think they're going to come over to the 15-minute SIBI. I don't think they're gearing this shit up. I personally think they've damn near made a decision. I think they want to dump this. I think they're about to attack sell side. That's what I think. And I think it's going to start right now with this 15-minute SIBI. Give a damn about this SPX curling up. Look at this LR that they got going on over here. Look at this weird ass LR. Timestamp 143. Never inverse that. That is correct. We keep on rejecting it. It's clearly telling us a story. Something is amiss with this first percent. Something is amiss with this first percent. This right here is what I should have shorted off if I'm being dead serious. That's like the safe play. Target 29,061 for the trade. They're just goofing around and they're just going sideways here. Just so you're aware. I think that they want to dump this and come down into the zone. That's what my brain is telling me right now.
Order filled.
I'm going to short this right now, and I'm going to try and target 80 ticks to the downside of this move. I think that they want to dump this. Damn it. Why did they give me that shitty ass feel? It's okay. I'm going to watch this first presented or whatever. This right here is what I'm getting ready to watch. They gave me this shitty ass feel. God damn it. May he help me. Did I short the same exact spot where I close out this trade at? I want to see them dump this. That's what I want to see. Look at that market dump. Look at that market dump. Look at that goddamn market dump. Jesus Christ.
Order filled.
Holy shit. Wow. Holy shit. There it goes. Yeah. Why did my computer lag like that? Did y'all just see what I just saw? That shit said I was on the red, but I was up 40, 50 ticks. This might be my alert. I'm very superstitious. I think they're trying to dump it, and this is what we need to be shorting off of. We need to wait for first presented after multiple liquidity sweeps, and we need to be trading the market structure, not fucking guessing like over here in this zone and then taking $50, $60 losses. We need to be shorting it here whenever we sweep the liquidity, or that's why this trade right here should have been my first trade, but this was my first one. But then I got out basically break even almost here. Then we need to wait for a first presented and then a pullback and then a rejection and then short. This is the beginner trade. This here is just like market feel, like, bro, like I'm just guessing, just going based off how I'm feeling. Like I was still correct, but this is just like, I just made my job 10 times harder, just so you know. I need to be taking easy trades. Look at that first presented. Look at that trade Allen was talking about. Allen says short off of the first presented. Look at them, they want to dump it now. Screw what I'm saying. You need to be trying, you paying attention to what they doing. Now it can long? Hell no, they just dumped that shit. Man, they eating into this, boy. If you long this right now, you're cooked. You need to have been shorted up here on this first presented. You need to have believed. Hell. NVIDIQ. I like that. That's not bad. DM me, guys. Yeah. Be on alert. Got my money back. It's like, damn, $20 away from another $200 there. Shit. Oh, boy. Good trade, though. Thank you, sir, for your advice, Alan. Will help us out. It takes a village. They getting ready to come down over here into this low now. Do not long this. They just started curling this shit over. You don't long no shit like this. You have no idea when they get ready to stop. Do you not see what they just did on the straight liquidation line? They socially programmed you to buy the dip. You don't know when this floor is getting ready to keep falling. We are tapping into a 1 and a 5 and a 15-minute BISI, though, but I want to see them coming down and over here in this 2,900 zone first. Be on alert for a bounce. Don't short this. You wait patiently for market structure to appear and you target that structure. You wait for the structure to appear, and then you target the structure, you target the internals. That's how you trade this environment. That's the best way to do it. You don't just blindly long it. If you do long this, then you're assuming that we're going to target this high because there's nothing else here. Like, I want to see some more liquidity be engineered first. When you enter into a trade, you need to have a target in mind. Stop just blindly longing it and just expecting it to go higher. You need to have a reason on that's why you're getting in the trade and trying to get out. I shorted it here first off because I was trying to. Why? Because I was trying to get it to come here, and then they took it out, and then I doubled the size over here, and I got out at break even almost over here at the bottom. Why? Because I would rather reevaluate and then take this trade, the correct trade, and then do exactly what I thought they was going to do. That's why. Do you know you do know you can get out at break even and then take the same trade again with the same idea, right? Just because you lost on that, just because you took a loss or a break even on that one trade, that does not mean that your idea is invalid. It's called professional trading. Just so you're aware. Like, it's not like blow or go every single time. Gap fill comes down after the retest of the 15-minute BISI. Take notes if you're on this Discord. You're missing on this knowledge. I agree. I think they might go to this gap fill for real. I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is bullish off the chain. We should not be shorting this. There's zero scenario where I would short this right now. This right over here was this pullback. I don't think they're getting ready to come down to them lows. I think best case scenario, they come down over here into the 29,000 over here, and then they start bouncing it again. They start maybe attacking these highs again. That's what I think of my brain. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is not telling me to short this on this bounce. That's the last thing my brain is telling me to do. I think that on these pullbacks, you need to be looking into figuring out how to maybe buy like 1-2 micros for like a base hit of like 200 ticks to the upside. That's what I think. That's what my brain was telling me. Be on alert. Shit. Watch out for this. Watch out for this 29. Watch out for this. Watch out for this little internal over here on this pullback. Watch out. Do reasons matter in the season? What do you mean reasons? Keep shorting? I was supposed to be done, but it was too good not to take that short. $50 base hit. Good job, Jesse. I think so too. I think that was a great short off of this first presented sippy here. I think this is great because this is the first time where this market showed any in any city. And like they shot up over here, tapped it, flashed above it, and then like they never inversed it, and they kept on goofing around. So like I shorted it here. They gave me a shitty feel, but it's okay. At the bottom, I take out. Be on alert. Probably best I take off my. Could have did 120 ticks, to be honest with you. Trade went straight to the TP, though. 80 ticks is okay. Not too bad. $120. Be on alert. They want to come over here next. Here. This is where they're trying to target. Look at that short entry. God damn it. This right here was the play I could have held on. But I like being precise with my entries. Like my entries, I like them to be precise. Like when I press the button, I like it to go to my TP. When I press the button, I like it to go to my TP. If it doesn't, I get nervous and I get out at break even and then I re-enter. But that's just how I trade. You might not trade like how I trade. Don't loan this. They're unwinding this market. Oh, look out. Close 73. High at 66. 7. Watch out. Just be on alert for that. Watch out. They're getting ready to come here next. This is what's next on that list. You got to watch out now. Carousel stopped spinning. That is correct. Trend my friend, I long until trend no longer friend of yours. Trend your friend until your friend turns into Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men. What happened? Why'd your personality change, man? Everything was going good. We can't, I don't know. He can't be reasoned with. Trend now is my enemy right now. Exactly. Trend my friend. Hell. What happened down here? Like, Trend is your friend here. Short all bounce, and then they do this. This is why the trend is your friend shit does not work. Because you have no idea when it's getting ready to not be your friend anymore. Because this market was fully bearish, and then they liquidation squeezed it up in a straight line like this nonstop. Look where I shorted it. In a straight line. Look at this. Like, hey, bearish trend, my friend. And then like they just randomly flip a switch, not randomly because they swept an external, and then they go from here to here with 0 pullback, 1,400 ticks. That is 1,400 ticks with no pullback, just randomly, just with no news. Like Trump wasn't talking, so you can't blame it on him today. Well, no, I lied. He was talking earlier today, but he wasn't saying nothing. He didn't say nothing for real. No Iran, no nothing. Just liquidation squeeze. So you keep DCAing and you blow up your account. Send request to Zap Vortex. Okay. I'll let the gang get you. Vance just said not confident in the Iran deal. He don't got the same weight as Trump does. The algorithms really aren't listening to what he's saying as much. If Trump said that, then the market would dump immediately. They really can't blame it too much on Vance. So yeah. Vance can almost say anything like the market will hardly react. If Trump even says the slightest thing, the algorithms use him as the excuse. Look at that. They came up here and they filled this volume balance over there. That's 7-point volume balance. Look at that. But yeah. Way to keep us on alert, W. Good job, sir. Good job. Way to be on alert, though. That's good. Y'all think this is a retest? Man, I think they get ready to bounce. What the hell is that? Low of 08. Low of 08.75. Low of 67. Low of 63. I think they're ready to bounce this goddamn market. That's what I think in my brain. That's what my brain is telling me. But they didn't sweep this low and tap into this 15-minute BISI like how I wanted them to. If they would have dumped this and tapped into this 15-minute BISI, then I would have longed this. But because they missed this, I think they're ready to come back into the zone. That's just what I personally think. So I'm going to do nothing. The conditions need to be ripe for me to enter into a trade. Like, when you enter into a trade, like, there needs to be a reason as to why you're in that trade. Like it needs to check your boxes and your risk management protocol. I think that they dump this SPY and they come over into the zone. And then they feel this volume bounce and they tap into that 15-minute BISI and they sweep this low. That's what I think in my brain. My brain is telling me that SPY comes here somehow, some way. That's what my brain is telling me. Because I don't believe that, because why did they miss that 15-minute BISI if they were really, 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 really trying to liquidation squeeze this? I think they need more fuel after a straight vertical liquidation move like that. That's what I think. I mean, we got this 15-minute BISI here, but I don't believe that shit. I think that there's people over here trying to buy this dip, and they're going trend my friend, and then they'll get shaken out on another liquidation dump. That's what I think. And I think that hurts people. Because I think they're going to do whatever hurts the most amount of people. The market's going to do the most obvious thing, but in the least obvious way that hurts the most amount of people. The most obvious thing was whenever we swept that external, that we bounce and we come to the zone over here and we pop this high. That's the most obvious thing. But it's in the least obvious way because no one's going to think that we'll just go from the LOD and then just liquidation and squeeze it 1,500 ticks in a straight line with zero pullback. The most obvious thing is that we come over here and then we feel this SPX gap fill here. But in the least obvious way is to turn the trend against you into your enemy and then dump it and then go sideways and then curl it up towards this and then maybe do it tomorrow because they ran out of time today. And then tomorrow we'll be up 1% and then they'll fill a gap. So the market is going to do the most obvious thing, but in the least obvious way that hurts the most amount of people. That's why I was shorting up here and I doubled the size on this trade because the most obvious thing is the gap fill, but I don't think they're going to do it in the most obvious way. So the most obvious thing was this gap fill, but I'm thinking short, like why not pull this back and hurt people that's been making money in this whole ride up? Because there's people that have zero risk management. There's people buying every single red candle over here and like they just got rinsed out on this little pullback here. So that was just my market psychology. Channel, at least you almost passed yours. What does that mean? What you mean, Shawnee? Chanel. It took me 12 days to make that 6K. What happened? Yeah, I'm a new trader. I was 350 away on Friday from passing my EVA. I'm blown. I'm boom blown. Oh. Chanel. At least you almost passed yours. She don't get no awards for that. That money's still gone. She need to tighten her risk management. She need to figure out what she did wrong. Someone needs to be speaking to her. She needs to be notating and journaling. She needs to be back testing and forward testing. She needs to be back to paper and demo. Solutions need to be had. Gold sell now. Okay, good. Alan already got you. I just seen that. Alan's on that dude's ass. Bro just immediately blocked, bro. 12 days, okay, I feel that's not too bad. Huh? It took me 12 days to make that 6K. See, your problem is I'm gonna be honest with you. Chanel, listen, your problem is this. There isn't a mentor telling you to not be starting out trading evals where you have to make $6,500, $7,000 to pass. Because if you can make $7,000 on one account, you should probably be damn near almost trading your real account anyway. Or you'd be a professional trader by then. So somebody needs to be telling you and instructing you the easiest way in regards to going about this method. And doing that is not the easiest way. What you need to be doing is that you need to be trading a 50K account. You don't need to be making $6,500 to then pass one eval. I didn't. It was 3K, and I messed up on my consistency rule, and it kept bumping it up. if that's the case, then that tells me that you need to keep on demo trading and paper trading because because you're not understanding how much money you need to make and then get out of the market. So you're not understanding when it's advantageous to be in and out. It was a 50K, so that's a problem. But so there's still no solutions to that. And I'm just being 100% honest with you. As a professional trader, as a dude that makes a lot of money doing this, and a dude that runs a Discord community, and who's transparent and trades every single day live and calls this market out, I'm being 100% honest with you. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear so you can get to where you're trying to go, to where you want to go. So like, if you want to just block this out or just log off, then that's fine. Then this advice can be used for everybody else that's in your position as well. But this is the importance of having a good mentor, because you want to know why? Because I'm going to tell you something. There's no way in hell that you should be up $3,000 on a 50K account intraday anyway. There's no way in hell. Do you understand that a $3,000 account is just a $2,000 account? That's all it is. Because if you lose $2,000 and you blow the account, really, if you lose $1,500, you're cooked because you're not going to make 400% and then get the account back to break even. So it's really a $1,500 to $2,000 account max.
Is that eval?
Yeah, eval. She's trading. She made $3,000 on the eval. Yeah. She made $3,000 on the eval and then made another $2,800 or whatever it was the next day. And then she blew it all. So,
she messed up.
Yeah, so what I'm saying,
50% the first day if you can.
And then
increments up to the 53.
Correct. Yes, correct. Yeah, so the problem with that is she still needs to sharpen her risk management skills, and she needs to sharpen her TPs, and she needs to see how much money she's potentially going to get in and out of every single trade. That needs to be the case before you enter into every trade. You need to know, okay, well, this is where I'm going to admit defeat on this trade, where it's making me uncomfortable, and if the cows come home, this is where I'm going to get out at, win, lose, or draw. That needs to be established before you press that button every single time. So that's where your issue was. Do you understand that you made 150% in one day on that account? Because $3,000 is 150% of $2,000. Can you imagine if somebody just walked up to you and was like, hey, I got this thing that where you can make 150% off of your entire account in one day. In one day, and then you can do it again the next day. You would look at the numbers as though that was a scam, wouldn't you? You wouldn't believe it. That's what you did. So I'm just trying to break it down in a different perspective. So the next time, you can make $600-$700, and then you can call that a day, and you can walk away from your screen, and you can add more consistency. Consistency is good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, give me grace. I just started learning in March. I paper traded 2 months ago. Just went demo. Okay, no problem. I'll give you grace because it is just an eval, and you are still trying to learn. I'll give you grace. I will, but I wasn't on you. I wasn't I'm not grilling you. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just giving you tough love so that you know what to improve on. Because I could pander to you and I could be like, hey, yeah, it's okay. Hey, next time we'll get him tagged. Hey, next time, don't worry, don't worry, Chanel. Hey, you got a girlfriend. Come on,
Who she with?
You got it.
Who she with? E?
Oh, she's not with us. I'm just helping her out because I'm just ranting right now while I try to decide what to get ready to go with. She's not inside Discord.
Oh, okay.
We still on alert? We absolutely are. So, I could do that, but however, we're solution oriented, and unfortunately, the market doesn't care about grace. The market only rewards whether or not you know how to read it or not, and whether or not you know what you're doing. So it doesn't judge you based off of merit, and it doesn't care if you just started a month ago, 2 months ago, or a week ago. I got 16-year-olds that just started trading inside my Discord, and then they're making $50,000, $60,000 a month on their cash accounts. I'm being dead serious. So the market doesn't care if you just started. It doesn't care even if you've been in here for 10 years. It does not matter. The market doesn't care. So it only rewards, and that's why I don't judge people. That's why I don't care what political affiliation you have, because I don't care. And I don't care who you like or who you dislike or your orientation. I only care, are you willing to learn, and are you willing to believe, and are you willing to study? That's it. And I think that's what we should judge each other on. This is bullish. Yeah, that's crazy. I would have got up my last account over traded. I just trade once a day now. What's up with your risk management? What models are you trading? What's your bread and butter setup? They're about to squeeze them through this gap fill. Good work. We still on alert? I already read that. Yeah, but I'm learning on my own. I just came across you. Nobody taught me. See, that's a problem right there again. I want to add 56 to the money. How old? He's like 16, 17 years old. Now he's 17. But yeah, well, I got multiple students decided to do that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but like, I'm not going to show it, but I have, and because Discord would call me out if I didn't say that, because there's dozens of people listening to me right now, and there's dozens of people inside Discord watching and have seen it. So, so I've shown that, so I don't want to get too sidetracked. But the problem with that, Chanel, is this. I want you to be honest with yourself. What's your ultimate goal with trading? What are you trying to accomplish? I want you to answer that question for me right now. Send this inside this chat right now. What are you trying to accomplish, Chanel? Like your end goal where you say, okay, I did this and I made it. What are you trying to do right now? Like your end goal with trading. As in like, is it just to make $5,000 and just be done for the rest of your life? Or like, is the end goal to turn this into like, to where you make like a decent living? Are you talking like $25,000, $50,000 a year? Like your end goal where like, hey, you know what? 2-3 years from now, this is where I want to be at. Where like I'm making X, Y, and Z, or I'm accomplishing X, Y, and Z. What are your goals right now with trading? Do you have that answer right now? If nobody can answer that question, then you don't need to be trading because you know what you're doing. I need that 6 figs by the end of the year. Okay, so that's what you're trying to accomplish, Sean. Financial freedom. Okay, so you're trying to accomplish, but what does that entail to you? What does the financial freedom aspect entail? They're about to come up into this SPS gap fill. This is bullish. What does financial freedom entail? What do you mean? He says 6 figures, which is 100,000. I got students inside here that make $100,000 a month now, multiple. But and they're like 20 years old. Like, what does that entail? Like, I want to know. Like, what does that mean? Like, you talking about 6 figs as in like 100,000? You talking 6 figs as on like 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 a year? Like, what does that mean? Everything. Turn this full time right now, at least $5K a month or 10, and mainly freedom to keep the 9 to 5 away in. Chanel says, okay, cool. So you essentially want to turn this into $1 million business, right? So you need to look at this as though it's a business. I want to ask you one very important question, which is happiness trading. Happiness trading makes me happy. It makes me happy too, very happy. Interacting and helping people the most makes me the happiest. So I want to ask you this question. So you're trying to essentially turn this into $1 million business, right? Because a 6-figure profitable business essentially is $1 million business, multi-6-figure business, all right? Have you ever done okay, so clearly this is very fruitful, right? So that's your goal. Have you ever done anything meaningful in your life without an instructor? Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer this question. Anything meaningful? I'm talking about anything consequential. Like, name me 2 things. I'm being dead serious. Like, name me 2 things. Like, anything. I'm talking about like eating, talking, walking, driving, anything. Like, anything that's like a staple in your life that you're doing on a daily basis right now. Have you ever just walked up and just done that without an instructor? Yes or no? And I'm not even I'm not even talking about like just like learning how to like write or type on a computer, because that might not be doing nothing for you. Learning your times tables really ain't doing shit for you either. I'm gonna take this where my confidence, skill, edge, growth, and will allow me to take it. Ain't no ceiling. That is correct. Coach was at Discord. I agree with that, Coach. 100%, brother. But answer that question. I mean, I'm serious. Just close your eyes and imagine. Like, use your imagination like SpongeBob. Imagination. Where's it at?
Imagination.
Use your imagination. I'm serious. Close your eyes. Name them. So where have you done that at? So why would you want to start here? with this? Stop and just think. Nothing. You had an instructor to teach you how to walk. You had an instructor that taught you how to talk. It took everything that you've learned is a skill that needed to be developed. And I'm not saying like I'm not trying to price gouge you for $40. That's not what I'm trying to do. But you need to understand what's required in order to get to the destination safely, or else you're going to step on a lot of landmines in the process. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm being 100% for real with you. I'm being 100% for real with you. Because that's the truth, and no one's going to tell you that. You're going to step on and blow up a lot of landmines and step on a lot of landmines in the process. And some people, whenever you get your leg or your foot blown off, like they might, I don't know, you might barely survive, but you might catch gangrene. Like anything can happen. You could be unalive. Anything can happen. You need to be on alert. They're trying to squeeze this. 6 figures, anything 100K to 900K. Yes, $1 million business. Okay, great. So you have zero prior experience with running a multi-million-dollar business, and yet most people want to try and figure out and do it by themselves without taking an instructor from somebody without taking instruction from somebody who's actually doing it, whoever that may be. I'm not saying you got to come here and listen to us, but you need to be vetting somebody that's doing it successfully, and you need to be paying attention to what they're doing, and they need to be transparent with you, because they can lead you astray as well by leading you down a path that they're not going down. That's arguably the biggest thing that you need to be on alert for as well, because people will make you promises, but then they won't show you risk management, what's required, and then they won't be honest with you as well. And then they will also intentionally stunt your growth. Because if you hire a mentor for $2,500 a month, just stop and just think. If 10 of you like turn profitable after like 3 months, he loses $25,000 a month in revenue just from 10 people alone. So why would he want you to be as successful as in the most efficient way possible, or as fast as possible, as most people like to say, but it should be most efficient. Why? Why not just string you along? Why? You are his revenue. You do know that, right? Because you want to know how? I've been ranting right now for the last 15 to 20 minutes and explaining hopefully life-changing things so that you can change your mind and your perspective. And guess what? I have not been looking for not one goddamn trade in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Now imagine running a Discord community and then 30, 40, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400 people are all asking you questions and they don't know shit about trading, but then they just spent $2,500 on the first of the month and they want their questions answered, and then they want the market explained to them while you're actually trying to live trade. You cannot do that and still be profitable on a serious note. You cannot do that. That's impossible. So you're either going to then be an instructor, or something has to be set up in place in order for them to then take instruction from you, and then you can run it in your free time outside of the market opening, if you so choose. That's why the stigma around day traders running courses is a scam. Why? Because also this, nobody also wants to trade live, because when you take a loss, everyone thinks that like you don't know what you're doing. So it's best to not trade live, and then to instruct, and then to mix and match here and there, and then to show people, and then to lie to people, and then to get them to sign up, and then you give them instructions, and then instructions and shit like that you're not following, and you lead them down a path that you're not going down, and then you just take all of the money, and then what happens is when they lose, and then when they blow up their accounts and stuff like that, guess what happens? It's not on you, and their growth is still stunted because they're not improving. So because their growth is still stunted, then they stay subscribed to then they say subscribe, then they keep paying you $25 a month. So it's like a continuous revolving door. You lead them on a path that you're not going down, and that you're not doing in real time, and it's not really successful, and it's not sustainable. Then they blow up their accounts, and then they lose, and because they're still losing, they still subscribe to the person that's then giving them. They still subscribe to the person that's then giving them the knowledge, and then you keep on raking in $1,000, $1,500, $2,500 a month from this person or from these people. It's like It's like a never-ending revolving door. Stop and just think about that. I never really explained it like that, but that's really what's going on. If I was charging $2,400 a month and I was leading on a pathway that I wasn't going down myself, and you just kept on losing, you would stay subscribed. You know why? Because after 2 months, you 5 bands in, and you're like, damn, I'm 5 bands in. Shit, this gotta work. I gotta stick with it. And you only gonna quit whenever you go, damn, I don't get this dude $15,000, $20,000 of my money. This shit ain't working. Let me get out of here. But by then, I already got 20,000 from you as an individual. Let alone 100 of y'all. That's 2 million. Be on alert. I'm going to start my rant. They're goofing around right now, and I don't know what the hell that they're doing. Timestamp 2:16. Be on alert. You need to watch out, man. You need to be on alert. Like all this is how you need to be on alert. They're just goofing around. They're just going sideways with no clear direction. They're basing us right now, and I'm confused on what they're doing. We need to be looking for market structure like trend lines, something to trade off of. Those are the easiest. I think it's a high likelihood that they squeeze this higher. What is that? You need to watch out for this. If they touch this trend line, I'm going to think they're going to turn this shit bearish. I want to think so until proven otherwise. You need to watch out for this trend line. Yes, that's what you need to be doing. You need to be on hyper alert. That's what you need to be doing. No, not good enough. Watch out for this. Watch out for this too. Trend, my friend. Till no longer. They rejected 29, 100. They might start going on a push to 190. Reject 29, 100, 190. $190, where? 190. Send the whole number out. So I know what you're thinking about. Send out the whole number. I'm not gonna sit there and I'm not gonna guess. What the hell is that? Stop and hold the goddamn phone. 29, 190. Okay. What the hell is that? Close at 22. High at 9. That's a 13. Okay, it's not too crazy. Still a 13. Look at that. Do nothing. Look at that. Look at them trying to reach up for it. Best of the catch is falling knife up at the top. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Watch out. Be on alert. 29, 190. Sorry. That's why I said send out the whole number. You said they rejected 29, 100. They might start going down or push 29, 190. Oh, you're talking about up into 29, 190. I was looking down because I was reading what you were saying. Sorry, Hectify. They were talking about the war live right now. That's what's going on. They're talking about the. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, there we go. That'll do it. That'll reverse this market. I find it very interesting how like they randomly start talking about these things at like the top. Does nobody think about that? Like at the bottom of a move, like they'll randomly come out like at like the bottom of a move like this. Like At the LOD. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not there. I got to double check my facts. I got to check my facts. I got to check my Carfax. Let me check my Carfax. At the LOD, Trump randomly comes out and he says, we're postponing the attack. He said this right here on this candle. On what is going on with my charting system? What's going on with my chart? Why is it going so slow like this? Be on alert. Something is amiss. That's not a coincidence. Watch out. Something is weird. Trying to silence me. Something is weird. I got to be on alert. At the LOD, mine is lagging too. Okay, good. Well, not good, but you get the point. At the LOD, Trump comes out and he says, we're delaying the attack until tomorrow. He literally said this on his candle, and that's what this was right here. Mine stopped. Okay, good. So it wasn't just my computer. Like, this is not a coincidence, man. I mean, so help me God. May he help us? That's not a coincidence, bro. And then up here at the top, they start talking about the Iran news. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like here. Like, bro, look at that trend line. That's not a coincidence, bro. I'm convinced. Or at the bottom on the weekends, exact. Holy shite, look at that dump. Something snapped. Look at them snap that damn trend line. Stop. That's not normal. This market's glitching. We need to wait 30 seconds to see exactly what happened. That wick printed before the body. That's not normal. I need to wait 45 seconds for my wire to hit. That's not normal. That flash wick, yes, it's normal for them to snap the trend line, but not in that fashion like that. That was very fast. They just blew a lot of people's accounts just now. That was a liquidity grab. It's best to wait 60 seconds. It's best to watch. You get paid to react, not to predict. It's best to, you know the rest. Oh, boy. Okay. Trump said, Vance just said on that candle, we'll either reach a deal with Iran or we won't. Okay, duh. That's what he said. That's what my wire. Be on alert. I have a feeling they will say some bearish news. Yeah, I think so too, Alan. Prolific, I meant. Mm. Look at that trend line that they snap and scared everybody out on that flash dump. They're bleeding us out slowly and they're not giving you a chance to participate. A stop has to it has to drop at some point. Who told you that? Who told you the market has to drop at some point? Who said that? But I do see a bounce back. What indication is giving you that they want to bounce this right now? What indication is giving? It's just telling you that it has to do one way or the other. He bought, dump it. Yeah, exactly. He sold, pump it. Exactly. Bogdanov. Yeah, Nick. He bought, dump it. He sold. Mm-hmm. I know that mean. Mm-hmm. He bought, dump it. He sold, pump it. Bro, start laughing. Be on alert. Just checked out your site. Can you tell me what method you trade? ICT discretionary. Liquidity trading. Be on alert. I think they get ready to come up here into the zone. And I think they get ready to come up here and fill this goddamn volume balance. I think they come up here and target this. And I think they're about to pull us back. And they're about to liquidation squeeze and just send this shit higher past the zone. That's this right here. They're gearing this up, and this is where I think they get ready to come to right now. I put that on me. That's what I think in my brain. That's what my brain telling me right now. My brain telling me that they're about to liquidation squeeze this past this high and then fill this QQQ gap over here. This 13-point volume balance. That's what my brain is telling me right now. I'm being dead serious right now. That's what my brain is telling me right now. I'm literally like not even joking. I'm being dead serious. Let me turn off this trade copy on my other account so I don't do nothing foolish. That's what my brain is telling me. So I gotta be on alert. 13-point volume balance. I gotta trade up the market structure though. I can't long on the top and get my ass, get my butt shaken out. There is no risk management. Like if they start dumping us, you're cooked. So like you got to trade like market structure. There is no market structure suggesting they get ready to come to the zone. This is just feeling. But Vance is talking, and they're talking about Iran. You know what happens when they talk about Iran. You know what happens. They tried to, but you know what happens when they talk about Iran. So I gotta wait for confirmation. Like I need structure to form. Here. They want to dump this, and they want to come to this 15-minute busy. That's what I think. Overall, I think this is bearish until they take out this low. What is that? Lower 290825. Lower 0675. Lower 0825. What's this? Lower 07. Look at these relatively triple top bottoms over here on this NQ. Look at this. They want to dump this and they want to sweep this and come here. That's where I think that the market, this is where I think the market structure is saying that they're trying to go. The field thing is this volume balance. The market structure is telling me that they want to snap this trend line, flash this low, and that they want to take this out and then dump this and then consider curling up. We need to be trading the market structure. The market structure is telling me that they're trying to come here. Low 0675. The market, this is what the market, this right now is what the market structure is telling me this. The market structure is telling me that we're doing this. It does not tell me that we're getting rid of the moon shoe right now. We are an immediate sell-side delivery program model. We are an immediate sell-side delivery program. Immediate sell-side delivery program model we're in. Why? Because this market was squeezing. It went lower, it pumped, and then we just created a lower low, an immediate lower low, and then we bounced, and then we created a higher low. I'm sorry, a lower high, rather, not higher low. We created a lower high. You get them confused. And now we're going lower again. This market is telling me that we're doing this right here, just in simple layman's terms. So if you long this right now, you're going against the current market structure. We need to be trading what we're seeing, and what I'm telling you that this is what they're trying to come to. This is what it appears that they're trying to come to, just so you're alert. And then they came here and they filled this just now. There was a volume balance over there on that spot. They're rolling this shit over before your very eyes. Look at that. They dumped this. They get ready to yeet this through this floor. These are relatively equal triple bottoms here. Be on alert. They still didn't eclipse this. Watch out. Look at this MNQ liquidation. Squeeze it past these lows. Inside trading. Correct. Took a nice nap. Good job, Khalid. He trades gaps. I'm forcing him to trade 60 contracts. Candle gaps. Untraded market errors. That's correct. Talking about stocks now. Just check. Okay. Block you. I blocked him. Don't worry. Scammer. Best to be on alert with that guy. Look at that. The market structure still tell me they want to come here. I think personally that they're gonna do like a liquidation sweep into the zone and maybe come into this 15-minute bid here. Then they're gonna bounce it. That's what I think in my brain. That's what my brain is telling me right now. My brain is telling me that they're not really trying to go higher. Look at that candle frozen in place. They're tapping into this 15-minute bid here for fuel. That's what they're doing. They keep on tapping this bid for fuel, but I think they want to flash us to this floor. I do not think this is bullish as of right now. We are immediate term bearish, like immediate term bearish we are. This market is bearish until we take out 29,102. Anybody else telling you differently, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Until we take out this high over here at 29,102, this market structure is not going to change. It is not going to change. So be on alert. Turn up the wrong account. Moderator culture is blocked. Yeah, block that dude. Best to be on alert. They're goofing around and they're bleeding this out and they're going sideways and they're confusing you and they're getting you to hold on to positions longer. They want to know and then like they'll bounce and stop you out and they'll go to wherever they're trying to go to. They're confusing you and they're making this trading day very hard. This is no longer turning into an easy trading day. The market bounced back up, and now it's back to goofing around over here again. Why? Because we're hovering around positive HVL now. So God knows what these people are trying to do. It's best we just be on alert just in general. They're effing around here. If they go any higher, I'm going to assume they're getting ready to come up as the zone again. I would long this if they swept this and then if they started curling it up. Be on alert. You've been warned. Don't short this. Timestamp, 2:34. We just tapped into this 15-minute busy. I got to watch this. 6, that's a 7. Again, back to back. Numerous. That's a 7. How they be trading market structure? Not feel, but I'll watch this. I'll be on alert for this. I want to see them flash this low over here and take out these relatively equal quadruple top bottoms. These are relatively equal quadruple top bottoms. The market structure is telling me that we're going to come here and flash dump this. My feel is telling me that we're getting ready to come up here into the zone and fill this and then fill this. That's what my feel is telling me. And that tomorrow we're going to do SPX gap fill. And that this market is bullish overall. That's what my feel is telling me. But I need to be trading what I'm seeing in this current environment. I'm trying to tell you. So because of that confusion, I do nothing. I sit here patiently. And I wait for it to be crystal clear. That's what I do. I'm having very conflicted thoughts right now because I can see this and this. I can see a pathway to this and then to this. I see a pathway to this and then ultimately speaking to this. But I also see quadruple top bottoms over here on this damn NQ. So I know what that means too. See that? I can see this into this. My feel is telling me here. But what they're showing me is lower. So I don't trust them. Long on this on paper from 038 to 101. I think that's a great trade. Bro, My feel, so help me God, is telling me to long that shit. But I see the market structure. I see what they're doing. I don't trust them. I'm trying to tell you, I'm sniffing this out here. I'm sniffing this out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Inflection, quadruple top bottom. Why not flash this through this floor and then curl it? I think shorts. Ski Trade says. I think so too. I'll be right back. 20, 30 seconds, I'll be back. I think shorts. ES going lower. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't give a damn about market feel. I'm trading based off what I'm seeing. That's a quadruple, relatively equal quadruple top low. So I know what that means. No strategy needs to be getting in the way of where they're trying to go fill orders. I'm just telling you. So I understand that there's a volume balance there in a 7 or 13, but this to me is more imminent. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 here ahead of this into a 15-minute BISI tap and a flash lower here is far more stronger to me than anything else. So I don't need to be long in this. And I don't need to be shorting this close to this imbalance because why didn't it come up here? That's why I'm not taking this trade, me personally. But that's just me personally. You might not care about those. You should, but you might not care. I can only tell you what I care about. They want to dump this. $15 needed for daily profit. Good job. Let's say I'm proud of you. Look at that. They dumped it. Me too, as a matter of fact. Me too. They just took out that low and they tempted that 15-minute bid, so you need to watch out. Look at the pull it back. Bleed it out. They just tapped into a 1.5 and a 15-minute bid, so you have to snap in this damn trend line on this ES. Trump sued the IRS and he won $1.75 billion? Jesus. and didn't accept the money, but rather directed the money to a fund. That dude right there, man. That dude right there, bro. Didn't take the money. Why would he take that money? Can you imagine the backlash he would get if he accepted $1.75 billion in cash on the settlement? Can you imagine the haters? He's already rich. So, bro, I don't care about money, and like I'm nowhere near that. I don't care about money. I'm being dead serious. Money's damn near lost its feeling. I don't give a shit about money. I can't even imagine if I had 3 or 4 or 5 billion. He don't care about another billion. He cares more about influence and direction. He still cares about money, yeah. But nah. They redirected it. Jones sent it inside Discord. That makes sense to me. He sued the IRS for a leak of his tax returns, and they won $1.75 billion. You can't even spend that in a lifetime, bro. Exactly. So why does he care? And besides, he's like 85 years old anyway. Or 80 years old, however old he is. What could he need? What more could he want? He's the richest man in the world. I'm not rich. I'm sorry. He's the most powerful man in the world. What more else does he want? He's best friends with Elon Musk. Well, not best friends, but they're close. He's on a plane right now with Jensen Huang, who's the owner of the largest company in the world. And the richest man in the world is on his plane too. And Elon Musk, who's worth $800 billion. He's literally worth $800 billion. Like, what more does he want? So he won that, and then he forced them to give him an apology. Trump's brain is very interesting. Trump more so cares about people admitting that he's wrong and that he's right. I think it might be tied to narcissism. He's very narcissistic and grandiose. He is. I'm not going to lie. If you like him, then I apologize. If you dislike him, then okay, great. I guess this fits your narrative. But he's very narcissistic and grandiose. And he would rather the government itself write him a formal apology and say, hey, you were wrong for what you did to me. And then just redirect the money and say, nope, I don't want your money. And then he'll just run off. That to him, I think, is worth more than $1.75 billion. Almost $2 billion in cash. That's what I think in my brain. And he won. I agree, because anything else is stressful. We need to be on alert. That's what we need to be doing. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be on alert here. That's crazy, though. Look it up. He won. He beat the IRS. Like a big kid, yeah. And then people will look at you dead in your face and say, well, he filed for bankruptcy. He's not a good businessman. That dude is an excellent businessman. If he's failing at business, I want to fail. Being a good businessman does not mean you're morally good. There's two different things. Two completely different things. You don't have to have good morals, or you don't have to be a good person to be a good businessman. That's what Trump originally was, a businessman, correct. So he's running the country like a business. He doesn't really care about, people's feelings. He's going to do what he sees fit. Which, it is what it is. Who am I to judge? I'm just living in this world. I'm just trying to make a few nickels here and there by pressing this damn button and trying to avoid it whenever he talks. I try to be on alert whenever he talks, so I don't blow up my damn account. Other than that, he can do whatever the hell he wants to. Ebola outbreak called by CBS, NBC News. Yeah, I heard about that. They declared it another health emergency. Ebola's been around for a while. They come out with some new thing called hantavirus or whatever the hell it is. Another distraction. Every now and then they just randomly circulate headlines to try and get people confused. Everything in this world is meant to distract you, and it's meant to distract you and then to take your attention. Everything in this world is meant to do that. Because they know that if they keep you distracted, then that's less time that you can devote to things that are meaningful so that you can ultimately change your life and then be where they are. Just stop and just think about that. Every single thing in this world is pulling your attention. Everything. Everything. Sports and entertainment. Movies, hanging out with your girlfriend, hanging out with your boyfriend. All of those things. Your 9 to 5 takes up 10 hours of your day. Yes, your 8-hour job takes up 10 hours of your day. Because if you live in Atlanta or a major city, then you have to drive 30, 45 minutes to work, 30, 45 minutes back. You got to get ready in the morning for like 30, 45, for like 30 minutes at least. That's 10 hours of your day gone. Everything. Everything. They want to distract you. That's their main purpose. That's their goal. They want to keep you distracted and they want to keep you divided. They want you to argue with people about, oh, that dude NQ Insider, he's not a Democrat and he's not a Republican. Let me not subscribe to this community and let me not change my life and let me not actually understand. Oh, I can't convince him to dislike Trump or to like Trump? Let me not subscribe. So I'll stay poor. I'll search for other people for other people that have the same mentality as me. Then maybe I'll listen. I only listen to people who think like me. But the people that think like you, are they multi-millionaires? Are they living life free on their own terms? Or are they poor too? That's a very important question. And this is coming from a guy who used to be poor. I used to be homeless. So I'm not shitting on nobody. I'm just being honest with you. And yes, I'm still poor because I got less than 10 million liquid. I think you're poor if you got less than 10 million liquid. That's what I think. Because I think you can still fuck it up. So don't be confused by this house I'm living in, by what you see me doing, how much money you see me making. I'm still poor. Because I can make several bad decisions over the course of 18 months and and shit could get frothy. So there's that. So are you taking advice from other people like that? Who are doing these things and saying these things? And then also anybody like Billie Eilish or any one of those weirdo people that just spewing propaganda, are they actually doing what they're telling you to do? Like life without borders, but then you go to their house and they're living in a multi-million-dollar community in Beverly Hills while you live in the projects on Section 8? No, they are not. Exactly. Do they like borders? Yeah. Fly private? Yeah. All of these things. Do they invest in the stock market? Yeah. All these different things. You need to be looking at what these people are doing in real time. And you also need to ask yourself this question: what do they all share in common? What do the rich people share in common? What do they all share? Stocks and long-term investments. Why? Because it only goes up over the course of time. These are the things. You need to be trying to figure out what they're doing, not what they're telling you. You need to figure out what they're doing. You need to not try and figure out what they're trying to spew to you. They're about to bounce this market, so oh my God, they're gearing this market up. I need to stop this rant. I'm trying to live like Michael Jackson for real. Wow, you watched that movie? That's why you said that? You watched that damn movie, huh? I got a feeling they're about to bounce this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, boy. I got a feeling, boy, they're about to bounce this goddamn market. Something within me is telling me they're about to maybe come down into this 15-minute Sibby. Something within me is telling me, brother, they're about to bounce this shit. Like, I gotta watch this. They got this weird little LRLR here that they can dump in and come out to this VWAP. But they're engineering LRLR over here on their way down. Something is telling me this shit's about to launch off a goddamn launching pad. Something is telling me. I'm being dead serious, dog. Like, something within me is telling me whether these people are about to launch this shit in a minute. And that we need to be on alert. That's what we need to be doing. I'm being so serious. Look at that volume balance up there, Lord. Closing 92. Look at this. I think they're about to launch this shit off a launcher pad. I'm being dead serious. I gotta watch this. There's no indication yet. There's not like a first presented. So I gotta watch this. Maybe for like another liquidation squeeze. I'm on high alert right now. I gotta watch this. Michael Jackson was living in his purpose while enlightening the world and the universe. Those types of people. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's crazy that that's how people think now. But when he was alive, nobody appreciated him, and they all treated him like crap. I remember the stigma around Michael Jackson. I remember. It's crazy how they all come around. They treat him like shh. Exactly. It's crazy, huh? I remember. I remember how they treated Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson can do nothing right. They was saying he was messing with the little kids, little babies, saying he was the evilest person in the world. Skin color, saying the black people didn't accept him, white people didn't accept him. Nobody liked him. I remember. Now everybody like Michael Jackson because of the movie came out. It's like, it's crazy. Nose, yeah, everything. Call him a coon, all kind of crazy names. Now everybody want to be his best friend because of the movie. No. You shouldn't have judged him back then. Shouldn't have let the media influence you back then. Now the media is influencing people to like him now. I remember that. Y'all remember that? Because I remember slightly. Now, granted, I was in middle school, late middle school, almost elementary school, but late middle school, almost high school, but I remember because my dad used to tell me. You want to know why? Because I thought so too. They filled that volume balance and they started dumping us. I remember very slightly because after my B-Day, yeah, I remember. Believe it or not, when I was younger, I cried when Michael Jackson died. I promise you. I cried when he died because I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Michael Jackson died? What? No way. I promise I cried. Like, I don't know why I cried, but I just did. Can't explain it, but I just did. But I remember. I actually remember where I was, believe it or not. Like, I remember watching on television because I thought it was fake. I thought they were lying. The same thing that happened with Kobe Bryant. I thought they were lying. You remember? But you want to know what's crazy? Stop and just think about this. Stop and just think. Listen. Maybe this Michael Jackson thing ties into this trading thing on as to why you shouldn't be influenced. Stop and just think. What you're arguing about right now, or what's influencing you, or what the media's talking about, it's going to be irrelevant in 10 to 15 years. Just stop and just think, huh? You see how everybody disliked Michael Jackson, but now everybody loves him now, and now they're making movies about him? Did you see that? Stop and just think about that. Look, Michael Jackson couldn't do a damn thing right when he was alive. Stop and just think about that. And just 15 years later, it's like nothing. It's like the opposite is true now. People love him. People going to go see the movies. Best-selling movie. People like, man, I want to be like Michael Jackson now. People, I promise you, like, you're not the only one saying that. People saying that, man, I want to live life like Michael. Is it good? No. What it is telling you that whatever is influencing you and the things that are distracting you and the things that are influencing you in the media, it's completely and utterly irrelevant. 10 to 15 years from now, it's not going to matter at all. And it ties into politics as well. Because what you're arguing about politically is not going to matter. 15 years from now, they are not going to remember Donald Trump. He's going to be a thing of the past. So you spending hours of your time right now with Donald Trump syndrome or being upset about him or whatever he's talking about now is completely irrelevant. You need to be focusing on yourself. You need to be trying to improve your life and your family's life. That's what you need to be doing. You need to be trying to figure out, how can I improve my life and how can I live life like these people here? I need to be trying to do the same thing that they're doing. That's the answer. Look at them liquidation squeeze it. Nah, facts. I must act like they don't remember Obama. That's the goal though. Yeah. It's like, shit. Whatever Obama did is completely irrelevant now. And it's gonna be the same thing. Whatever Trump did, whatever Trump's doing now, it's gonna be irrelevant like 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now. Obama was president in 08. Can you believe that? That was 15 years ago. Can you believe that? I think he was president like 09. Stop and just think about that. Look at them give up this whole move. Trend is my friend until it not. What does this drop mean? It means that they're showing you that the trend is not your friend. Drea? That's what that means. Great singer, but weird as heck. Yeah. But it's crazy how things change over the course of time. Ben said this. Yes, so that's correct. Yeah, that's what that means. That means that if I say I dislike Trump, that you need to not give a damn. If I say I like Trump, that you do not give a damn. That means that if somebody else says that thing, then you just need to ignore them. It's like, who cares? And if you go, well, you should care. So I judge people if they don't care. Then you need to ask them if they did care, or like if they seriously did try to change it, or like if they seriously super cared, and if they were a hardcore advocate for whatever direction you're trying to believe in, would they actually, as an individual, be able to change anything at all? And the answer to that question is no. So if the answer to that question is no, then you do not give a damn. That's what you need to be doing. All righty? Because if you convince me about X, Y, and Z, it doesn't matter. Hold on. We need to be on alert because they just flashed this VWAP over here, and there's a volume balance, believe it or not, on this ES up here past this zone. So you need to be on alert for a potential bounce here. SPX just flashed this VWAP, and SPX just pulled it back down there to the zone. This market pulled all the way goddamn back. Look at this. Look at them bleed it out. Look at them bleed it out, boy. No, stop. Look at them flash dump this. Jesus. Tapping into this 1 of this 5-minute busy. Look at them bleed this out. This entire move, they're bleeding it out. I'm along this. I'm along this right now. I'm going to try and target this high up here past the zone after that liquidation squeeze. I'm going to try and take a jab at this. Long entry here. I got to watch this. Best I go break even. Sell stop.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Damn. Try to take a little small stab at it. It's okay. Not ready. It appears that they want to dump. They didn't go immediately when I thought. So, guess what that means? Dump. Coming in. That's what it means. That's what it appears to mean. Be on alert. They're tapping into this 1, this 5, and this 15-minute busy. I still think they're getting ready to bounce this at some point in time, but I got to watch this. I got to be on alert. I think they're about to bounce this market somehow, some way, but I don't have a clear drawn liquidity in mind. I'd just be slightly guessing. And I'd be going off a market feel again instead of the market structure. That's what I'd be doing. I think they're about to bounce this market. I'm being for real with you. That's what my brain is telling me. I think that they're about to squeeze this market higher. That's what my brain is telling me. My brain is telling me they're about to squeeze this shit higher. That's what I'm thinking. I think they're about to squeeze this shit higher and bounce this market. That's what my brain telling me now. Like how I said.
Yeah, I took it up and taking profit.
There goes my account. What are you talking about? Wow, you were trying to short that?
$20.
Yeah. I think that they were going to bounce this. I'm being for real. That's why I was trying to long that shit. I think this is bullish. I do not think this is bearish. They came up there and they filled that volume balance just now on that zone. I'm gonna wait for a first presenter now. So that long entry that I just had was done. That trade I did was correct because I longed here, but I got the break even. So the long entry was correct because from where I bought it at, they shot it up 120 ticks ish. Honestly speaking, I really should have held on because I only needed like 20 or 30 bucks, and I was just in two or three micros. That's what I needed to do. I think they're about to bounce this market still. I think this market is gearing up to bounce. That's what I think in my brain. I'm being dead serious. That's what my brain is telling me right now.
Order filled.
There's a 13-point volume balance over here on this QQQ. You need to be on alert for this. So I longed it. You need to be on hyper alert. Timestamp 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day.
Yeah, I think it's best you call it a day as well. I'm not gonna lie, Phantom.
Order filled.
Trade straight to the TP. I slightly front ran it over here. Here was the volume balance that I was trying to trade. That I was trying to take a base hit off of. This is the volume balance. I slightly front ran it because I only did 20 bucks. closed at 20, and then the high of this candle was 19. When they filled it to the exact tick, I closed out the trade. I'm looking at it on my other screen. I longed it, and I got 50 ticks off of it. This is a volume balance, and I saw the first presented, so I longed it on the red candle pullback. If I was 5 seconds earlier or 5 seconds later, I would have more so perfected the entry, rather. I longed it off of this first presented, but I was 5 seconds early. So I should have longed it when this candle closed, just to be certain. But when I saw a 13-point volume balance over here, I just decided to buy because I thought we were going to liquidation squeeze, but we did not. I still think they're getting ready to bounce this market somehow, some way. All right, so be on alert. Timestamp 306. So I'm at 220 for the day. It's best I not give up my money. If you want, I can give you a normal indicator. Just show me your trading view nickname. What indicator you got? King of Alpha. There goes my account. Well, new. I know it's going to dump. Who told you that? You know something we don't know? I just think they're goofing off. Or do you see something?
What's up, the indicator? Talking about?
I don't know. Some guy said, he says, I can give you a normal indicator. Just show me your trading view nickname. It's NQ Insider. I think they're about to bounce this market. Like relief bounce. Timestamp 307. I don't think that we should give up our. I don't think we should give back our profits. That's what I think.
Nope. No.
Be on alert. No more, E. Yes, ma'am, Khalil. I will do no more at your request because I think that if I take another trade here, I've exercised my edge a lot. The trades, the trade ideas like I've been taking, they've all been correct. Like I've been longing it here, but I got to break even. I relonged it here, and then it went straight to. So I relonged it in a worse position than when I originally longed it here. So the trade would have went straight to the TP here, but I did that. The other trade that I took, I shorted it here, and I was out here, and it went straight to the TP here. I originally shorted it here with the anticipation that it was going to come over here and sweep this low. But I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 minutes early. But then I doubled down the size here. So the trade idea was correct there. And I shorted it here, was out here. Look at that short entry. Shorted it here again. Then there was another one. No, I think that was it. Oh, yeah. I longed it here. And I got out here on 3 contracts for like however many ticks this was here. Small little base hit. I shorted it here, but then I cut the trade here because I thought they were going to liquidation squeeze it. Yeah, because I shorted it here, and I was nervous because we just swept an external liquidity, and I was going against my pre-market trading plan that I sent out inside Discord. So then once they started going lower, there was a volume balance on SPX, so then I re-shorted it here again on 10 contracts because I knew they was going to dump it, and I got out here. So every single trade idea that I had today in review was 100% correct. And well, well, I think aloud. So like sometimes I might go, well, man, they're getting ready to dump this, and they don't. Then I go, man, they're getting ready to pump, and then like they dump. I'm talking about like the things that I'm seeing and like I'm actually taking trades off of. The idea has been correct. So I have exercised my edge numerous times, and on average, in this environment now, over last month and a half, I'm not gonna lie, my win rate is about 70%. So normally it's about like 85. Almost 90. So I'm still going to exercise this edge. So 6 or 7 trade ideas were correct. I think that if I take another trade, I'm liable to lose potentially. I'm liable to give it back. Okay? So that's just what I think, just based off of what I've been seeing and based off of my performance. Definitely like 7 to 8. That is correct. So I got to exercise, restraint. And it's not because of that. It's because if I do take a loss, what are the chances that I'll be able to recover my fund? Look at that market bounce. See that? I told you it was getting ready to bounce this. So that idea was correct again on that's why I'm longing it over here. So like I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, okay, if I do something contrary, what's the chance that they're going to show me something that I like again where I could potentially recover my funds? And the answer to that question, the chance of that is unlikely. There's no way in hell I would be shorting this. I was only considering long. But I was trying to take a base hit rather, 50 ticks, 3 micros. Maybe make a little 50 bucks. So it's $70, $80. Alrighty? So, because I need to make $200 a day to register, it is a trading day on the Apex. So that's what I did. I got to my goal. So if I do this for 2 weeks, then I make $15,000. So I'm copy trading 10 accounts. And if I do it for like 2.5 weeks with the Bullet Knocks, I get like another 9,000, 8,000, because 1,500 times 7, whatever that is. I can't remember. I keep on forgetting that number. So I'll be rewarded to the tune of 25 to 30,000, and then I'll be right at my monthly average if I just stay consistent and if I just goof around on 3 micros for the next 2 weeks. So I gotta stay focused, and I gotta manage my risk, and I gotta take high probable setups, and I gotta continue to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just trying to show people how they can make $30,000, $40,000 a month off 3 micros. Alrighty? So, and it don't take long to get to that point. Like, you can be there within like 45 days. Well, after you understand, that is. I messed up taking too many contracts a day. Yeah, that'll do it. I'll replace my accounts with this payout Friday. I think that's good. Got to continue to reinvest. You got to learn from your mistakes so that you don't have to replace them with the payout. I think that's a good idea, Khalil. I messed up taking too many contracts a day. So 3 micro. I think that you can accomplish a lot with 3 micros. And I'm really just scalping. Like, let alone like that. Guys, did y'all hear what Chris said? Chris was up $1,500 to almost $2,000 times 10 accounts. He was up like $20,000 today on 3 micros. Like, he said it. Like, he was like, I'm only. He was like, I'm only in 3 micros, and I'm sure I'm in 3 micros. Yes, but he gave it back. But that's a lesson he needs to learn.
Yep.
And he will improve on that. But stop and just think about that. $15,000 a day on 3 micros he was. One day in a few hours. There's no reason on that's why he should have been trading for the rest of that day. He should have walked away. But that's a lesson he's going to learn. But at least he stopped. He had enough wherewithal to stop down $300 across some of the accounts. Other accounts locked him out. He got locked out at $600, $700 in profit. But he gave out. But he gave up most of the gains on some of those accounts. $15 or 3 micros is crazy. I know, and he didn't. I know, and he didn't stop. Be on alert. Guys, like how I always say, I appreciate every single last one of you for tuning in. Guys, I appreciate y'all for being here, for continuously believing in us. I live trade every single day, Monday through Friday, arguably from 10 to 4 sometimes. But if I see it's not advantageous, then I'll cut it slightly early. And then I live trade at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord to go over the pre-market trading plan. All of that is provided if you're inside Discord. Because why would I gatekeep anything that I'm doing to make money? Like, who does that? Like, the service should be free itself. Like, people need to see the service itself to verify its contents. And then I think that if they then want to join it and take advantage of everything else that you provide after the fact, then I think that's how it should be played. That's just how I personally think. Because I don't want there to be no regrets. Like, I want to prove my worth to you on a daily basis. And those are the best relationships to me when rent is due every single day. Now, obviously, there's going to be, everybody has a down day or two. Okay, I get that. But I want you to judge me off my merit. I don't want no favors. I want you to judge me off my merit and my character. That's how I'm going to judge you, on your merit and your character, if you're a good person or not. And if you're willing to learn. I don't care what you've done before in the past. We're starting afresh here. With that being said, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Gap Fill Thursday. Tomorrow's my favorite day to trade. Wait, today's Tuesday?
Me too.
Today's Tuesday. Shit, my bad. Wednesday. Hey, Wednesday. My bad. Excuse me. I got Alzheimer's. I got Alzheimer's, not Alzheimer's. Not Alzheimer's. I got Alzheimer's. As my black family would say. Peace. Have a good day. All right, Dev. Excuse me. Amnesia. The same shit Joe Biden got. Be on alert. Sleepy Joe. Anyway, we need to be on alert. I believe in you, and I know life's not easy, and sometimes, oh, bro, too hype for that gap field Thursday. Yeah, man, and Thursday is my favorite day to trade, boy. Man, I love a Thursday. I'm not gonna lie. Thursday is my favorite because gap field Thursday is so easy. Because like if they gap it down, then I know what they're getting ready to do. If they gap it up, then I know what they're getting ready to do. Like it's so easy. So like I love it, man. It's crazy. But so guys, I believe in you, and you might not hear this, but it's going to be okay. I promise you, the fruits of your labor are going to pay off if you're willing to invest in yourself and take yourself seriously. You need to take yourself seriously before the world does. Are you willing to lock in, and are you willing to really try? Like exhaust every option. Like, hey man, like this is it. Like man, I'm ready to go. And when it happens, it happens. Not, well, I did it for 7 days and I'm not rich yet. So it ain't for me. No, like, are you willing to commit to the process? And are you willing to see past today and tomorrow? Are you willing to stay consistent longer than your own impatience? I promise you it'll pay off. It will. It may not pay off the second that you wanted to, but it will. So I believe in you, and I love you more than you can ever imagine, every last one of you. NQinsider.com is the link in our bio if you want to join our community. Please stay away from the scammers. I will never ask you for no money. Never do that. It's $40 a month for everything.
All righty. Much love to you, brother.
Much love to you too, my brother. I appreciate everything that you do, me. You're an amazing person in our community, brother. We look up to you and everybody as well. Phantom, thank you guys so much for the services that you guys all provide inside the Discord, helping each other out, and helping me out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I really mean that. Say hello to the wife to me, Phantom. Say hello to the wife to me for me seeing me, everybody. All right? Say hello to the family.
I will do, sir.
All right, sir. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside
Phantom,
Discord,
I like
10
what you
a.m.
eating, Phantom. Phantom, I like what you eating, brother.
10 a.m. in the morning.
Thank you.
Phantom got his camera going. Oh, man.
Camera, you got your, Phantom, you got your camera on. I hope you're not naked.
My God. You're all right. You're all right, Phantom. All right, guys. I love you over here. See y'all soon.
Love you too, bro.
All right, buddy.
I'll talk to you early tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. You need to be on alert. Phantom was flashing that cam. It's best to be on alert.